On everyone, we are back for some more wonderful Smirzera League. Week number 2, day number 2. You guys got to see the leaderboard just before this. And joining us today, because I'm not doing it alone, we got Hyperactive.
Hello, welcome. It's definitely going to be a fun little game we have ahead of us. I say fun little game. This is far from little when you got some of the best teams in here amongst South America and some of the North America hopping in as well. It should be an interesting battle, especially some top names in here as well.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously, we had some really great games in day number 1. It was just me alone, but I told you guys that I was going to be trying to look and find some people to do some co-casting with and everything to make sure that the energy stays up all the way through every single match, because who likes it when there's only one caster and I get tired by game 5 or 6? That's no fun.
Yeah, let's drown out your voice. Same old, same old.
Yeah.
I feel your pain. Even doing like other games, it's painful to go long and solo. But the big question we have, first question of the day is: are we going to be generous with the zone, or are we going to be royally screwed? Because the amount of times I've been playing recently, I feel like the zones have been a bit chaotic, very edge of map recently. I don't know if that's just my lobbies or if that is just in general.
There's definitely been some crazy ones that I've seen as well on here, so I think it's just all around pandemonium and craziness. But at the very least, no one hot dropped each other at the start of this one, so definitely some downtime to look over things and see how things are going.
Chill out, relax, siesta a little bit, as we did get a little close engagement, but only for a vehicle runaway. But that zone, I wouldn't say that's too bad. It's not crazy because a large majority of that is still inland. Los Leones in play. Having a final zone in that area, I actually just played a game where the final zone was in that region, is horrible. The building to building fighting is extremely difficult. It slows things down, but there is still a potential here that we could be seeing a very open field gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of spots for this zone to end. We've seen this zone plenty of times. These players are going to know how to play around these areas. The real question is, where is it going to end up going? We do have two teams starting out game number 1 as a 3-man dead end here, as Pirlo is going to be right next to Shinboy, kind of creeping up on his compound, because this is a good compound to be able to hold, and it looks like the rest of Empire making their way over, and Pirlo, he's trying to get out of here with this timing. And what good timing it was. No XP! Ends up getting the shots and taking him down.
Yeah, just not where you wanted to be, and one gone early on. You're trying to get some quick loot, you're trying to get the vehicle, and just when you think you had it, the whole squad riles up as you're slow. It's just worst timing. It is really is the worst timing in the world.
Yeah, and it's even worse for Dead End, because they were one of the two teams that started the game as a 3-man instead of a 4-man. So they're already down to 2. The other team being Pure RNG, and they're all the way up to the north near Oasis, so they can just make this nice slow rotate. Maybe a few teams die off, or at least some players die off to give them space. As Gmo, he's pulling up into here, but he's getting shot at by DNL, but he survives, he jumps out, and he goes down to the fall damage.
RIP! That's always not the best way to go down, is by yourself. It's unfortunate, but of course a lot of damage done and dusted, and yeah, what can you do? What can you do when you're pushed into a building? You've just pushed into another team who's locked it down. You can't do much, but we're seeing these early picks, early points off the bat, and well, it's not normally this early that you get these free kills coming in, and another point for 4-0, and that's critical for themselves.
Yeah, and now Vapeskar, he's going to trade and get Flavin. So you're just seeing so many early fights, but they're all solos going down. The team's just not regrouping. 5 minutes in, and we're already down to 58 alive. Sometimes we've seen Americas go a little bit crazy with their hut drops, with their sending it on to buildings early on. Uh, but come on, guys, we want to see some action later on, not just solos going down early.
Well, at least it's keeping us entertained for quite a long. Well, keeping us entertained in a nutshell, as we're starting to see some presence over by the compound, trying to quickly gain that control. Because on the outside, I'm trying to work out who that is on the outside.
Yeah, so you got 4-0 in Dream 1 in this area. Dream 1, a team that was fighting to stay out of relegation last week, but going into this week, they're already at 35 points. They just need 5 to 10 more to really be where we would call our safe spot. So we'll have to see if they're just going to be able to get those 5 or 10 points early on to not have the pressure going later on into these games.
I love Luminosity's position here. They've got a nice little compound. They're playing with height. They're fairly central as well, and off the back of the city will massively, massively help them. You got a few dotted around in open spaces, Liquid's pushing up as well, and I would say probably out of what I'm seeing, Luminosity's strongest of them all in terms of map, but that can all shift. This second zone, when it does come through, I feel will upset a lot of teams. And I don't think anyone's in the best position. I think if it goes wild as it has off the start, we could see a major shift in movements.
Yeah, and like looking at this zone, knowing how some of these zones play out and everything, if this goes up to the north, especially a hard shift north, Empire is going to have one of the best compounds in the zone, but we also know that sometimes that compound is a little bit quieter early on, and you might see just them capitalize later on when people are really out and about, as Wookie Bookie does go down for Empire. And the problem with that is he was off alone in his own compound while the rest of Empire was over here. I really feel like they may have really should have been going for a 2-2 split instead, as Slabby goes down to Shinboy, and the flush, it's going to come out so quick, and that's 2 down early that really shouldn't have happened for Empire.
I would love to comment, but my stream just died on me.
Oh.
Hey, can you quickly share your screen, and I'll be able to comment more. I do apologize.
That is not what we like. I'll try and do that for now. I might have to change it around a little bit, depending on how much it affects the actual stream itself.
There we go. I'm back.
Perfect.
We are back. But zone dropping south this time, so we're going further and further towards the coast, you know. Everyone loves a little bit of a siesta on the beach, but I tell you what, pure RNG. Prepped, ready, get some tags, get some damage, but a flip of the car, that's not going to be helpful. Thankfully able to stay on, but more and more bullets fly. Nothing connecting there, and a good place to situate yourself, especially with a team of 3. Can capture 1, boom, extra points on the board, makes life just a little bit easier for you.
Yeah, and it looks like 2 of the players of Razav have stopped here, Fisher and Martin. Martin up on the hillside. I don't know if Fisher's vehicle ended up completely tipping over, and that's why they decided to stop here. But Penta is rolling his way up the hillside behind Martin, trying to find the flank onto him while Fisher tries to sneak around towards IQ.
No surprise, Razav wants to get rid of the this pure player. Get them gone. Get them disappeared. God, piece of information. Fisher has to be patient. Don't want to over-aggress. Don't want to give away your position all too early. And that will be the free kill coming in. Done, dusted. And now from afar, he sees another member appear up on the mountain.
They have been able to take down Martin up on the mountainside, so they did get their knock. They've gotten their flush. They've gotten their point. But Fisher, he's going to be able to get over here and get the trade onto IQ. The problem is for PRRNG is that even though it's a one-for-one trade, they do have that one less player. So now they're going to have to worry about something else here as Valiate, he's going to pull up towards Fisher's position.
And also being so far away, you don't have direct cover, you don't have direct help from your own team, and this is where Penta is also far away from his teammate Valiant. This major split, it can work in one cases, but it can go against you as reinforcements finally arrive. But at what cost? The loss of your member? Maybe another as more tags go in and finally see themselves in safety.
Now we should see these two teams just separate out from each other. Shouldn't be any more intense action. They should be fine with just getting a point apiece and going about their day, trying to rotate the rest of the way into the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of zone, third zone has concluded, and we're going a bit north once again. A few teams on the outside. Not too many, I would say, but how about a roll-up as Toyo and Luminosity get all so close to each other? And, well, Toyo hasn't had the best start in this tournament. They're down in 13th. Not something you expect from a pro team like Toyo, but they're up against their fellow comrades as Luminosity, just the mountain next door.
Yeah, and it's always the thing with Toyo. I always expect so much out of them, and they'll go 1 week right at the top of the leaderboard, absolutely dominating, taking first place, and then the next week they're just fighting for relegation. And I'm like, what is happening here? Where is the consistency from week to week? From day to day, they're fine, but it's that week to week consistency that I always kind of miss out on for Toyo.
Yeah, not confident, I'd probably say. And if that's the case, that they're not being consistent, you've got to be looking at some of the players. Then you've got to be making these changes, because being that inconsistent, it's gonna harm you. And Toyo, as I said, pro team going into the PGS. I think that's the right acronym for the tournament.
Yeah, PUBG Global Series.
Thank you. You can't be this inconsistent against teams that are Division 1 and Tier 1 and Tier 2. You should be absolutely dominating these guys on the regular.
Now we have Inzeke team and Potentially Dangerous side by side sharing the long building, one of the most difficult buildings to push, and you have Nidavon and Glock at the other side of it with a shotgun in Nidavon's hands. So it could be very, very dangerous if Inzeke team tries to make a push here. We'll have to see if any util will be the game changer in this fight.
Constant smoke. Honestly, I would want to let that go, because just on the other side is Glock. He keeps putting his presence there, and thank you, Observer, for dropping out the outline to show that he cannot see anybody. But while this is happening, they're also getting penetrated with fire across, and that could be the dangerous point that happens there as PD wait and look around, knowing Empire is just in the building across the street.
And this is honestly turning into a crazier and crazier zone, because as we do see this area quite often, this northeastern shift up towards Cantera and the Cantera Hills is a little bit more rare. Fairy Tail with a very good compound there is now a nade comes out, doesn't get the knock onto Glock somehow, and it is just going to stall out this fight for even longer.
I don't think he'll be stalling for any more longer, as a member of AMG will drop, but it's Empire from the third party will be able to take that away. So, actually, no. Iniquus.
Inzeke team.
Inzeke, sorry. They will take it away. They'll say thank you very much. A great steal, but I'm still worried. That shotgun could be powerful in the building.
Yeah, but now the longer they fight, they're outside of zone. Unlike regular pubs and everything, phase 4 is when the zone kind of starts to chunk a little bit more. You can still heal through it up until like phase 5 or 6, but you do have to worry about prolonged fights because it's just going to saw you out for longer, and the push goes, but the stun is good. Gabru takes down Andrew, so that's at least one going towards the side of potentially dangerous and evens up the player count. And Gabru finds a second onto earn. Zera, Nidavan trying to push forward, gets the shotgun, doesn't get the knock, just barely clips his shoulder.
Good amount of damage. Glock will finally go to the floor as the engagement we've been waiting for is going to come through. Gabriel will fall down to Vin. Vin left with an eye for Iniox. Has to push in, has to play aggressive, but you're trying to fight against a shotgun that you know can do a lot of damage. Will win it to PD. Will finally have their fatality.
And in Zeke team, they're able to finish that off, definitely with a good little bit of help from Empire there. Punage, the one to be knocking 2 of the players from potentially dangerous, as we see a lot of teams just scrounging for position. Team Liquid going to be almost completely surrounded by Mira on all sides. Purdy already gone down.
One of them stuck inside of in that single shack building. And now you have an angle looking right onto it. It's going to be even harder. And oh my, you talk about how crazy these zones are. That's a lot of flat land out in the open. So teams, they don't want to rotate until the bitter sweet end, because that's a horrible zone once again.
Yeah, so now Fairy Tale's position, which if it had rotated further to the east or even north of Cantera, that's a difficult building to push out of later on if you have to go up the hillside, because people can just look straight down onto you. But now you have this opening as nades come raining down towards Sparking. He goes down to LFP1. But Fairy Tale has this spot where they can hold other people out. Now is Alo, does he go down? No, DIY with covering fire. Third party onto LFP1, and it looks like he's going to get flushed out as well, stolen away by Rezav.
Absolutely incredible from Rezav to pick up an easy point. All the hard work's done in front of you. Why don't we take it away as we see the slow movement starts to push in. And Liquid, I feel they've been the center of this entire game. They're leading this championship. They have been peppered throughout, but I tell you what, even with no kills on the board, they've been able to put a lot of damage to everybody else. But finally, a point on the board, a kill to come through, and they put themselves in zone.
And they have a pretty good spot, a little bit to the north of Alcadzia, who are going to have probably one of the game-winning positions. 12 IG for Amigos. He's alone, and he has a decent position to play from to kind of get some harassing fire over towards Alcadzia. And it might be Empire and Inzeki team to move over there, but Selfish, he takes down XP. And the flush surely to follow, and Empire going to be down to a 2-man.
XP overextended. He went for a push and didn't realize the second player was there. So unfortunate, but is what it is. As again, more rotation as the vehicle will do the job. I love a little splatter as Amigos will get eliminated, but Empire stuck out in the open now. As I'm gonna butcher these names every time they keep coming up. Selfish on the other side, trying to put damage down.
Yeah, and in Zeke team, this is the spot where they're going to have to try and move into. The problem is, if they're 2 out in the open, they could get shot at by other teams, but they are all distracted right now. Punage going to be the last one left for Empire. The shots come through. Selfish doesn't miss, and down goes Empire in 12th.
Still no points, if I'm not mistaken. Points only given for the top 8.
Yes, they are.
So standard PUBG ruling, top 8 only getting store points. So still a lot of teams in this server that need to drop, and just like that, Toyo will find a nade, and that will be faked in, dropping to the floor. No flush just yet, but now one left for Liquid as there is one standing. That is critical. Our champions, our leaders, down to their last player unless they can get that revive back in.
Now the push coming over from Toyo, the stuns coming out, but on the other side, Animaniacs getting shots into their backs. Quan gets the knock onto Faravero. Artray gets the knock onto Cloudera. Emmy trying to get rezzed by Caspitan, and Mira, they're going to have to decide, do they want to try and push this fight, or are they going to try and make it to zone? And it looks like they're going to hop into the vehicles and try and make their way into the zone in front of these other teams.
Toyo is so lucky not to be flushed from that engagement. Thankfully, they will be able to revive their third player and stick with a 3-player fight. But at what cost? You've pushed over, you're now using up your healing. And talking about using up some healing, Dream1. It might land still, but it's not enough to get a kill. Dream1 will be eliminated. No kills from the grave.
Vehicle blows up and fakes in, make sure to dodge out of the way of that. But yeah, Fairy Tail Okadzia, they had the best in the last zone, but it has pushed back down to Fairy Tail's compound. They're playing kind of outside of it, so they gotta decide, do they want to commit towards the compound, or are they going to try and play the edges of it and try and sweep around and take care of all the teams around them? Luminosity, they are in a very strong dip where even Util can't really push people out of easily. As Snakers, he takes the kill on to Call Me. Now Akim and Griffith from the side, but they don't get any knocks, and that could be detrimental. The nades getting prepped and thrown.
If you want an entry, I feel there has been one. Mirror on the other side going through the crevice. They're now going to try and flush Luminosity out of this crevice because, yes, it's great defensively. It's great that no one could push when you're on the outside. But if you follow the channel, it might come into your favor. So Luminosity stuck against a hard wall and essentially 2 hills. And I wouldn't be surprised if we say goodbye to them in 9th.
Yeah, it's a great position, but when you have 3 separate teams all pushing towards you trying to covet your position, it becomes a lot harder to try and hold. Artray gets taken down by Conf. The follow-up onto Fake from Akim, not able to get the knock. He's the last one left. Conf wants to go forward, trying to take care of him, but he is just hidden just below the ridge. Gonna prep the nade, see if he can connect with it, but Fake moves out of the way and survives for a little while longer.
No position points again for Toyo. They got knocked out in 9th, which means Luminosity survives the onslaught that was pushed for them. It's Gats left alive. And I would not be surprised if we're soon going to see the death of Gats as slowly Mira retakes the position that Luminosity had before, and there's Luminosity down in 7th.
And now it's going to be Fairy Tail. They want to try and push forward. There's 2 knocked on Mira right now. So if they can take care of Fauna, they can just take this space for themselves. But they also have to worry about Animaniacs as the rest of the teams vie for anywhere else inside the zone. Confess to hit the ground as Fauna finds a couple of shots onto him. Akim trying to push up and over, trying to deal with the last player for Mira, but just not able to dislodge him.
The Animaniacs are just sitting out in the open. I don't know how they're staying up. And at Mira, I think if they pushed just a little bit further forward, would have had those free and easy kills. Even would have had a team wipe on their side, but just perfect timing. Perfect timing for Animaniacs, that is, that they didn't push that little bit further. They didn't go and check. And talking of checking, now we're going to see some checking as Fairy Tail have spotted the Animaniacs hiding just right next to them.
But it's gonna be in the Zeke team that actually get a knock and a flush onto Fairy Tail. They have 8 kills and they've had a great match so far, but now they're kind of retreating back towards the compound, almost as a last resort. And Alcadzia have now the only team left with 4 up just started to take space away from everyone else because there is so much space to play. Because we only have 11 players left in phase number 6.
11 to go. Easily can fade away. Iniux just on the other side as Alkiez. They have, I would probably say they have the best position out of them all. And then probably Animania are not too bad. I think they're a lovely little hill that they're playing off to stay hidden from Fairy Tale.
Yeah, now Alcadzia, they're up and they're as a 4-man, they're all kind of getting ready to maybe push this compound together. That longhouse not in it any longer, and that's really the compound in the building that has the most defensive viability. So Alcadzia as a 4-man just gonna be able to push forward as Animaniacs take down Akim on the other side of this compound. The nade getting prepped through the doorway towards Con, and the nade is perfect.
I'll do it. Perfect indeed, and there are top 4. I tell you what, Alkia. Oh god,
Cadzia.
dyslexia is horrible, and especially when they're names that are not as easy to say. Alkia, yeah, them. I do apologize.
A lot of people know them as CAD.
Yeah, I do apologize to the community. I am still quite fresh to the PUBG scene, but CAD absolutely on this dominant plane, on with 4 people. But we saw how quickly it could turn around as there is a powerful Lynx in play, and that might turn the table as all of Inquix stuck. I say stuck, but using this hill and using this south side of the map to their advantage.
But it's Bale striking from behind to get the knock onto Rello. Makes it difficult. Cowboy with covering fire, able to take down Bale, finish off Rezav. So Alcadzia, they're going to need to get Rello back up and on his feet as Fake gets taken down by Selfish. And Zeke team, they may have been in a little bit unfortunate of a situation, only having 2 left up, but they are making the best of it. And they have a fantastic spot in this zone as a 2-2 split.
Cowboy, getting a little damage onto Trey. Can't get it done, but he can't over peek as well because he knows there's a Lynx out in the open that could really do some damage. And just like that, Trey back to health, back to a fight that he can go and do a little bit of damage.
Cadzia, they're moving rock to rock right now, trying to find whatever they can. Cowboy, he's going to be just barely in the zone on the edge here, and Smirzera, he's swapped from the Lynx over to an AUG. Going for some shots. Cowboy, oh, if he could have got the knock there, it would have opened it right up for Alcadzia. But where he doesn't hit those last couple of shots, Smirzera going to be able to heal up, and now Alcadzia going to be the team that has to move as Rello and DIY are pushing themselves forward. Cowboy, good covering fire.
Gotta be careful of Trey. Trey's still lurking around. He could pick up 1 or 2 here for the Animaniacs. And that could be critical as well. But the nade, looking good, might land close. No, it's not gonna land exactly where it wants it, but I tell you what, DIY will find a knock, and that brings things into play. The nade lands exactly where they needed, but they haven't forgot Trey. They know exactly where he is, and now they could swarm and pinch Trey out. This looks to be a done deal.
Yeah, what can Trey do? Can he pull off the same miracle as the beginning of last match, the 1v3? No! Alcadzia take him down. They take the first chicken dinner of day number 2. 11 kills, 1,700 damage, and 8 assists. An absolutely wonderful game from there to take the win.
Brilliantly done, and that final stages, having that upper rock control was probably the most important section of it all, making sure that they didn't over push, they didn't go into the meat pile that is deeper and into the open of the map. I would say that was well coordinated from them.
Definitely, and now We have a little while, so we're going to go to a break before we get ready for match. What? It's going to be match number 8, as we are already into day number 2. So we will see you guys back here in a second for the next match. here we go back with match number 2, Alcadzia. A beautiful win in the first match to take the top spot in match number 1. And because of that, sorry, I'm a little messed up right now. They are up into second place with 66 points, just 2 points behind Team Liquid.
And I also tied with Ineox as well, with 66 as well, so that could easily flip and switch all in a matter of one game. Or one kill. That'll do the job, as every kill is worth 1 point. But early on, we're going a bit north this time. Last time we played a very south game. Will the PUBG gods bless us with something fairly north, or are we gonna be down south once again? That's the question that everyone is asking, but it doesn't look like there's gonna be too many engagements off the bat. The only close ones I see is up into the north left. I think that's Rats and Zhang, which that's Raziv.
Yep,
I
Razev and
think
Pure RNG.
that's the one. Pure RNG and Raziv. They're the ones closest to each other, but let's be real. There's still enough of a gap that we're not going to see anything too spectacular off the bat. And I think we did briefly just get Zone. I don't know exactly where it is just yet, but when it will pop up. This drop, though, is very, sorry, get my words out eventually, very north, and probably more north that we've seen in the last few games that you've probably seen. There's going to be a
Definitely.
reposition and a re-strategy and a few drops that aren't normal for these guys.
Yeah, and obviously, probably Razav, the biggest losers of that situation is. Oh, I forgot to unmute this so you guys don't have any audio. That's not good. You guys want to hear what's going on. But I mean, even with them not getting the best drop, they're still going to be able to loot up some. The question is, what do they have for vehicles available to them? What are they going to be able to get for vehicles? Because that's going to affect their rotate. As we saw the zone, it's similar to our last one, but much farther north.
Yep, still playing east of the map, and it's, yeah, I would say that's pretty much more comfortable, more inland. We're definitely going to see probably a more mountainous finish from what I'm seeing from the map. So it's going to be nice. It's going to be a lot more challenging for these teams, but a lot more cover. And to be honest, I love a good mountainous finish. Anything that involves fields and open gameplay, bro, I can't shoot to save my life anyway. So don't give me an opportunity where I run out in the open and I get shot quickly.
Definitely can make it a little bit difficult. Sorry, I'm slightly distracted.
No, that's fine. That's fine. As Dead End not having the best of games, shall we say? Definitely not been riling up the top. Sitting currently with only 5 points on their side. If you are in their position, and the big question I ask you is, what do you do to try and shake this up, to get yourself out of relegation position?
You got to make sure you're playing your game. Obviously, kills matter, but if you're thinking about it overall, with where the point of contention is, the amount of points that you need to reach is generally around 40 for this. There is 12 matches. If you get 4 points a match, so that's 4th place, or 5th place actually, 4th or 5th place, one of the two. I can't. No, 7th and 8th is 1 point apiece, I believe. So 4th place with no kills in 10 out of the 12 matches, theoretically you stay in Division 1. That's all you have to do.
Theoretically. Theoretically.
That's all you have to do. So just like play consistent, play at a rate where you're not going to have to like overextend yourself. Because even if you only pick up one kill and then back off and play for placement points, you can just get enough placement points in one kill here and there to make your way through.
And there you have it. The man who's been doing this for God knows how long, giving you advice, and hopefully the Dead End takes that into account, and I'm sure they will, as Toyo having a little pop shot at AMG, and in doing so, not able to get anything major. They have been able to tag a lot of the AMG players down, but not enough necessarily to warrant any worries yet.
Yeah, so the Amigos, they're in a good spot themselves. Talking about the points wise and everything, they're already at 37. They're probably one of the only teams here in this match that can kind of secure their way up and over the 40-point mark comfortably and easily with just an okay game. Whereas a lot of the other teams just need a good game. And then we're kind of talking about really just our last bottom 5 teams that are really going to be the ones fighting for the relegation in this, unless our 10th and 11th place teams have just absolute barn burners where they don't do anything.
I'll tell you who also in that bottom area, we spoke about them before, Toyo Esports, in a very uncomfortable position. They missed out on getting getting position points. I don't think there was many kills to their name last time round as well, and that's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt again to see that this curse that has been appointed onto them is still going, and it begs the question, as I said before, begs the question of the roster that they have in place. They shouldn't be down there. They shouldn't be in this position. They've got to demonstrate why they're an affiliated team to the PGS, and why they should be near the top. But it is what it is. You can't stay mad. You got to keep your head in the game. You got to go once again and try something new.
Yeah, and we'll probably see them rise their way up in the next few games, or at least I hope we do, because they are a team that I expect more out of. And if they drop down, when we see them in Division 2 next week, they're probably going to put up like 120, 130 points or something crazy, because they will just be able to kind of get back in that flow and stuff against some of the teams in Division 2. So even if they do end up down there, it could just be a good way to boost their confidence and stuff, and give them a little bit of a relaxed week to get their mind back focused on how they should be playing.
Second zone, I'd say that's pretty comfortable. I don't think anybody is majorly rotating. Nobody is uncomfortable. Central doesn't cause too much. So again, it'll be a fairly standard stalemate amongst these teams. Maybe a few rotations to go a bit more central in the zone. As you see, the Amigos are trying to push out of Los Leons.
Yeah,
but
so
other than that, I feel we're gonna have to wait until Zone 3 before we get anything different. As that's a fairy tale dream, getting a little pick on Smirzera.
Yeah, and it's good damage out there. If it was a little bit later on to the game, that would have been huge because it was a double headshot. Almost completely destroys the helmet, and it's going to make it very difficult. But with Mira having a full compound to be able to loot, he'll probably be able to find himself in a new level 2 helmet, get back up to full health, and there's not going to be super huge punishment compared to what it would be later in the game.
Well, the tag's still going back and forth between Fairy Tale and I believe that was... I can't remember who that was against. Who was that against?
Mira.
Sorry. Yeah. That's a zone now. That's more movement, and we will be seeing half the lobby rotating through it already. LG and Amigos hop in their car, and they're saying, adios. We're moving.
real question is, what team is going to be the last team to rotate into here? Because we're still at 64 players. That's our first player going down. Flavin goes down 4-0. And Cowboy picks up another point for Elcadzia as they're in the chase for first place. And, I mean, they're already in a good spot. They decided to chill right around the Minas Generales area. They have plenty of ammo, plenty of loot to use. And there's no one towards Truck Stop right now, so they haven't received any pressure towards those hillsides at all. As we hop over to a battle between Toyo and Animaniacs.
Oh, Craig just getting out the way. That was nearly his head, but he's dropping lower as Trey will fall to the ground. He survived last time and did a fantastic job to give Animaniacs the second place. Unfortunately, it's just more and more damage, more players dropping, as that will be the sweep. And 2 players eliminated from Animaniacs.
And now we're going to see just more and more teams fall as it looks like Luminosity crashing onto the 2-man of Empire. The other 2 still not over here, so they may just have to give up this position as Punaj gets stolen away by Earn Zero. Wookie still left over here in a 1v4 against Luminosity, who aren't going to want him to be there for much longer. They just have to wait for some of these prying eyes to look away before they can make this push onto Wookie.
Yeah, that's a very difficult position to be in, because first of all, you're up against Empire, who are close and personal, and then you got Iniax, who's up on the hill, firing down as Dream1 is getting eliminated off the back, and it's an annihilation to add some damage. But back to this, Wookie, he has a number, and he has a few utility to keep Luminosity just inside. Nade lands shorts from Luminosity, but so does Empire's nade. No one able to find enough for a wipe.
And with all those smokes, it looks like Wookie just going to be trying to get out of here. The other player for Empire, XP, also ended up getting eliminated. So now Empire, again, losing a couple early in some unfortunate situations. It looks like XP a little bit on the outside of the compound. I don't know if he was just trying to look over his teammate to try and give a little bit more covering fire. But in the end, he got taken down. And we went from 64 players down to 47 in the matter of a couple of minutes.
Even still, this is a lot of players still in the server. And even after a big rotation, as that mortar, where you gonna land? It's soaring onto Luminosity. A little too far forward. Draw it back. Draw it back. Come on, a little further back, buddy. And we're gonna hit Luminosity now. Just off a little too far, and well, it was worth a try.
Yeah, always fun to see the mortars coming out. Last week, or no, it was a couple of weeks ago at this point, we got to see Sparking with a 3K on the mortar. Unfortunately, all of them were knocks, and they weren't able to get the flushes with the mortars. They did push over and eventually kill the team afterwards, but it could have been crazy if he would have gotten all 4, as this zone goes right towards Truck Stop.
You said about no one touching Truck Stop, and we finally do get our first players to push inside, but if you look at thankfully, thanks to the observers, they're showing off Truck Stop itself. It's dipped, it's inside a crevice, and yes, it makes life easier to hide inside the buildings. You got great cover like that, but getting out is the problem. So it's a blessing and a curse to be around Truck Stop.
Yeah, and there's 2 specific compounds here that are better than most of the others. One is just to the north of Truck Stop, because if it ends up landing right around there, you have the longhouse, so if anyone crashes onto you, there's plenty of defense for you there. The other one is on the bottom right. We can see MHP and the members of Dead End pulling up to it. That is probably the best compound in this zone. You have plenty of sight lines over everything. There's just a couple of tiny little hills that you have to be aware about, and it is such a good position with its high ground as fakes in. What a nade onto Wookie.
Beautiful! Knock comes through, and Wookiee's alone as well. So another nade in that area might be able to get the flush down. So huge, absolutely huge. We're seeing pure RNG getting absolutely slaughtered by Liquid. Not many kills from them, but I tell you what, their positioning is still phenomenal. They've got height, and they want to get this job done and dusted.
And pure RNG, they have the compound down below, but it's going to be on the very edge of zone. So depending on how Team Liquid wants to play this, they can just kind of take them out. It looks like Purdy anchoring a compound a little bit closer to the zone. Alcadzia, they were still outside the zone. They're kind of camping. Toyo now. Smirzera, he's getting spun out. One more bullet needs to connect to get the knock and him out of the vehicle. And there it is, Rello able to connect with the headshot, and Smirzera goes down. That's 2 down for Toyo, but now Alcadzia, they're going to have to make their push forward in the blue zone.
Beautiful shot on the tire, and that's what gave him that advantage, and the knock to come through later on. But CAD absolutely keeping the pace up. They're not slowing down after their victory. Toyo of Capitan getting wiped and flushed. Wookiee finally being flushed. It took them a little while, but he is gone. We're seeing more and more teams push towards that truck stop. A few, I'd say the large majority still refusing to step foot in that lower terrain.
Yeah, and this next zone makes it a lot more interesting. We saw an ending here not too long ago where it ended right near the T in truck stop. So we'll have to see if it's going to go towards that area again. Some teams may remember that and may be trying to play for a position to be able to kind of quarter that off, as it is straight up a hillside in that area.
RNZ had so much information, decided not to take that initial shot, knew that he would give away his position if he shot without his teammates, but now all come together. That might be a good opportunity. As Selfish is being selfish, finds one, and critically, if he's got a nade, yes he does, that could be enough to get the finish to come through. Lands just short, it won't get the flush in, but still an advantage PD.
And potentially dangerous. They got to be careful because Alcadzia, they're coming up on the hillside above them, and that could give Alcadzia one of the best positions in this next zone. Glock going to be trying to rotate over, maybe support his team a little bit more in the fight up against the Nzeke team, but he's getting shot immediately by them as he tries to rotate over here. What can Nidavan and Slabby do to give a little bit of covering fire? Nidavan goes down to earn Zera. Now it's down to 2.
You gotta make a good push here, but the nades, the mollies, everything, the kitchen sink is going towards them. Selfish, who is playing alone, playing at off angle, finally will get dropped and flushed as well. As PD are able to keep that fight going just a little bit longer, but this will bring it down to 1 player alive. And at this point in time, you just gotta hide. You got Alcazed pushing in. They're coming hungry. They're coming hot. The LMG's out, but Fralo's getting dropped in quickly. The push denied. DIY left alive. Will be able to stay alive just a little bit longer, but he knows there's still another team round here.
And Alcadzia showing no fear. They are going for the kills. Clearly showing that they don't care if they end up going down early here. They want the kills. They want to try and take him out. Zera, he almost goes down to the drop shot, but he does find DIY before he gets knocked.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. A second place team dropping down, but still 6 kills is huge, and that will push them forward. If Liquid goes out now with only 1 kill, I think they've had, well, that means they take the lead. So that is the critical question here. What has Liquid got?
And we're seeing Dead End and Pure RNG fight for this hillside. And really, for these two teams, I think it is a fight for kill points here, because they're going to have to send it down the hill, in towards Truck Stop. So if they can pick up some kills here, then even if they go down while trying to make this next rotate into the next zone, at least they're going to go out with some kill point. Lobes gets the knock on to Paradox to start it off. Valier gets MHP, and that's 2 down for Dead End. Valier, he ends up going down, and Dead End clutch it up and able to win the fight against Pure RNG.
Brilliant work. We saw a bit of blue zone usage to just get around the mound, come in from the rear, and Dead End, well, actually, they're going to get killed from the blue zone as well, so that's huge as the Amigos also find their game over and done with. Toyo, once again, shy from getting points, and I only think they had a few kills on their side, and once again, this is huge to see. I don't know what's happening with this team. This doesn't feel right to say a professional team anymore.
Yeah, and again, sometimes it's just that weird consistency that we see with them, where they don't always perform up to some of the expectations I expect, and then you'll see them come out in a couple of weeks and they're just gonna take like the top of the leaderboard, and it's like, this is what I expect out of them. I don't understand why we're not getting it as consistently as we do sometimes.
Iniox and Luminosity, they're both tied with each other in this championship, and well, they're the ones who haven't pushed into Truck Stop. They're playing that south part of the map. So why do you need to? Why do you need to when you have height in your advantage? And right now, pop shots coming forth, well, not very poppy when they're doing a huge amount of damage from both sides. But no, Selfish is out, so it's a 3v4 fight they're going against.
And it is gonna really be interesting to see where this next zone is gonna pull to, which teams are gonna have the advantage. Is it gonna stay in Truck Stop? Is it gonna kind of pull away from Truck Stop? And it's kind of ending near that T that I was talking about last time. We've had a very similar zone to this before, albeit I think a little bit further south. But some teams should be ready and expecting this, and right now it looks like Inzeke team is really the only ones capitalizing and anywhere off of it. But Team Liquid, they're pushing over towards this direction. They get an opening knock onto Andrew, and they're going to use that to continue to push forward.
And Zek have got to be prepared. The force of Team Liquid coming through. Their presence, no, so they know exactly that they've pushed up, but no, Inzek saying, you know what? Have that position. We're gonna back away. We're not gonna fight this too much. We just want to be in zone. And talking of zone, look at Snakers. Snakers for Luminosity just chilling in the corner of a building. He's gonna be fine and trying to look to get some free placement points, while Mira is going against Fairy Tale on the edge, the west side of this truck stop, to try and essentially have a free rotation into zone.
Yeah, Snakers is being that snake right now. And he is always ready for it, but it's going to be Mira up against Fairy Tale. Fauna gets the opening knock onto Akim. He knows approximately where Griffith was, so he's looking towards that position. Fakeson going for the shots, but he's taken down along with Fana. No, Fakeson's still alive, and he makes it back into the building, but for how much longer?
Might be for a little bit more, because Griffith and his co still got a little bit of time, and I think he calculated that as well as Fake. I'm sure he's screaming at his teammate going, why the hell did you throw a blue on that? But nonetheless, it has pushed Fairy Tale a bit further out, but the nade's starting to come in, and more damage as Fake is trapped inside of the building. Not
Griffith
much he can do.
another
He's
nade.
last alive. That will get it done.
Good util usage there from Fairy Tale. They don't take any more knocks. Able to clean it up, but Shinboy lurking for Empire. He did spot out Call Me, but Griffith is down below. If Shinboy just waits for the perfect timing, he may be able to pick them both up. here comes the blue zone. He has the backpack to work with, and he's going to try and sneak up in here without 4-0 seeing him. He hits the deck, and he's just crawling forward. Can't get it over that lip, though, crawling. So he's... It looks like he is going to make it into this next zone. Zello aware.
Ooh, that's critical. 4-0. They've had control of this truck stop for the last 3 phases. They've been confident. They had that north side, that compound that you said was strong, and yeah, Zello's just waiting. But at the same time, why does Empire need to move? Play time, see if any other teams over-aggress and they put themselves into the top 4. This looks fairly even, but critically, I just want to make note, Luminosity up on that hill, they've got great height to play with. And I'd probably say in the stronger position of them all.
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely going to have plenty to work with here. Snaker's just chilling in the bathroom, trying to survive for as long as possible, get any more placement points he can. And this is different from how we saw the last zone that was in this area play out, because we had 2 teams still fighting for the high ground, which let the last team from Truck Stop make their way out and kind of have to fight multiple teams while leaving, whereas this time, the team up on the high ground doesn't have to worry about anything around them, and they can just stare at the players that have to leave Truck Stop and just farm them.
If you were a Team Empire fan, unfortunately, Shinboy had to make that rotation, does get wiped, so we're down to those top 4, and I'm not gonna lie, Fairy Tail, even with 2, I'm a little scared because they have been powerful. 6 kills under their name, they've been going for those fights, and I see them really upsetting someone here. I see something. For nothing could... They're a great position for them, but I feel they could be the ones that lose out here.
Yeah, my biggest question mark going into this zone is how big is the Snake of Snakers gonna be? Is he just gonna absolutely ball on some people and just annihilate someone in the back? How is that gonna play out as he just hears Party running around outside of the bathrooms?
Hey, we're busy in here. I've got my magazine and I don't want any disruption here. That brings nerves to hear the footsteps all around you, but it's great information. You know they are right next to you, and Sneakers will stay in the prime position as well. And this is Luminosity are licking their lips because they are getting points after points, and now they know for sure these other teams have to fight amongst each other to push forward.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, it looks like with that zone 4-0, they have a very, very small edge of their compound in along with Fairy Tail, but it looks like Fairy Tail, they're going to be making their way out the backside, and they're going to try and sneak their way somewhere, but Team Liquid just has every single angle blocked off, so Fairy Tail going to have to go right back inside the building and try and go for something else.
And yes, Sneakers hasn't moved an inch. I don't actually think he's on the toilet. I think he was sat on a sink. So come on, man. Let's have some dignity and use the cubicles as they should be. But I tell you who's not doing things authentically is Arthur. He's pushed up out of the cover. He's now getting very pushy as he wants to push Liquid and force the fight to them. Not a lot of cover. And that nade just landing short.
Yeah, and unfortunately, trying to shoot through those fences can be very difficult, can prevent your bullets from actually doing anything. Sparking, he's had to back off as 4-0 have started to take a little bit of space away from Team Liquid, trying to forge their path into the zone. Alo from the high ground, he needs to hit his shots. He's gonna be the anchor looking down onto this fight and not hitting the shots there to get the knock onto at least one of the players. Can change how this endgame is going to go.
Fairy Tail still have a good amount of cover, so they can play indoors for a lot longer than what 4-0 will do. But here's phase 9. No zone, just a push forward, and no one's recognizing Luminosity Sneakers as he's still in this prime position. But Fairy Tale, they're gonna have to push further up into their building. For nothing, they've got to go central, and it's gonna be worlds colliding here. As that's a shot in the head, Luke finding Cool Me.
And that's a huge opening knock onto Fairy Tale because for nothing, with that info, may know where Fairy Tale is and could just go to hold out Fairy Tale, get a placement point, get another kill before going forward as sparking the nade onto Zello to get an opening knock. Now it's one knocked on each side. Fairy Tale have got their member back up on his feet as Griffith, he gets a knock onto Arthur.
Zello also down on the floor. That's gonna create some turmoil. For nothing, down to one standing. But remember, LG still have one player as well sitting inside the cubicle. I'll keep reminding you because he is still sat there and he is behind Team Liquid. He is behind Fairy Tale. So if that upset really could come through later on as the zone continue to push forward as Griffith can't hit. And the stalemate continues to go forward. Griffith pushes again and will get it done. And 4-0 is dropped. Here comes Luminosity. Sneakers with 1, Sneakers with 2. Oh, they were so close to make the upset. Team Liquid will take it home.
Snakers so close to taking him down there at the end. He had picked up 2 and then he ended up going down to the blue zone. Maybe if he had just waited another couple of minutes, he could have made something happen, something crazy. But that is how we end that match. Now we're going to go to a quick little break before we get ready for match number 10. Here we go, match number 3 after a very clinical endgame by Team Liquid that was almost spoiled by Snakers the Snake. But in the end, he only got 2 before going down to the blue zone.
It's so annoying to not be able to get the job done, and even though he did get 2, the second one wasn't confirmed. So only 1 point in terms of kills for Luminosity, but nonetheless, you got to be proud of yourself to get to second place by sitting on the toilet, and in probably the most, in bizarre way, the most literal sense possible, hiding in a porta potty and doing nothing.
Yeah. He was just taking his break he was taking his poop break in the middle of work. That's all it was.
Brain rotting on TikTok, maybe playing a little bit of Angry Birds if you're old school like me. Whatever takes you fancy, you know. They say, why do men spend so long in the toilet? So that's the reason why. There you go.
It's the
Give
only
it to
time
everybody.
away from everything.
Exactly. See? Us men understand.
Yeah, you gotta enjoy your time on the toilet. It's the only time no one can really disturb you. It's perfect, as it looks like we might have a hot drop here between Dream1 and Dead End. This might be the slowest drop I've seen into a hut drop. They're just gliding in there.
Naturally, both teams separating, making sure that they have support on each side as the quick loot comes forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of them tries to get a little aggressive to get an easy knock. But being so close, well, that could be an upset for all, as on the other side, Fairy Tale and potentially Dangerous also sitting as neighbors in the same town.
So we have 2 different hot drops that could be happening here. The question is, which ones are actually going to come through? What's going to come to be? What are we not going to get to see? Conf, he has the JS9 in his hands, and that thing has practically no recoil. So he may just be able to laser a couple of people unless he gets double headshot by an AUG or a barrel.
Either or, but nonetheless, we wait ahead of us, see which teams will of these close quarters will start to regress on, but PD, they will know that one member of Fairy Tale dropped down here, and the longer they wait, the more likely the reinforcements will come in. And speak of the devil, they arrive as they hear the reinforcements of Fairy Tale roll up onto this area, and all that waiting has just caused this battle to be even harder again.
Yeah, so now it's going to be a straight up 4v4 for this compound that's not even in the zone, as Griffith is struggling to do any sort of parkour. Just a little hop to my loo, I guess.
Well, Griffith will get some information though, as the first bullets will finally fire off between these two, and Griffith will get the first. Even though he can't do a pull-up, he can definitely hit his shot, so makes up where others lack, and I guess that works instead, but a critical difference. Shotgun in play. Love to see it.
Yeah, shotgun versus Panzer, though. The Panzer only does 80 damage. Akim gonna survive off that, get a first aid kit off. Now the shotgun gonna be able to come out as Call Me Bombi. Gets the knock on Slabby. The JS9 goes for shots, doesn't connect onto a second. And Gabru up on the hillside gets taken down by a good spray from Griffith. Nidavon, the last one left. Nades going forward. 1v4. What can he do? Oh, unfortunately, the bars on the window blocking his shots. He tries to reposition outside of the building. Akim trying to push forward with the shotgun. The drop shot. He takes down one before going down to Griffith in the back.
Yeah, the pre-fire shots that he put forward was almost a case of, come on, push me, come out and get it done and dusted. But unfortunately, yeah, able to only get one and wasn't able to find the second. But we saw this drop earlier. We watched these two teams fall down so slowly as Dream1 and also Dead End finally get their first engagements amongst each other.
One player knocked on dead end, but they're going to get him back up on his feet, get him some loot. The difference in loot is going to be kind of apparent, though, between dead end and Dream1, because Dream1 had more of the compound, and they kind of cornered off dead end. So they're not going to have as much to do as Razav going across the bridge in 4-0. Maybe not the perfect position for a bridge camp, but definitely tried to do a little bit of one towards Jadena City.
Cad sitting on the outside of this battle as well, so that's something to be mindful of. All this noise that has started to brew between Dream1 and Dead End has caught the attention of potentially a third party to upset. They're still relatively far, but there is enough angles. You could see the yellow in the background that could hop ahead, make an upset, and essentially give one team a disadvantage, which right now would be Dream1 in terms of their positioning.
Yeah, so we're just going to have to see how the teams are going to be able to play it out, if they're going to be able to finish the fight sooner here, because they're not even close to zone. They are on the opposite side of the map, and even after finishing the fight, like you said, they're going to go straight into Alcadzia, and it's just going to be even worse for them. As Pirlo, he finds an opening knock onto Jib, so now it's Dream1 that are going to be on the back foot, taking the first knock.
This is a lot better from Dead End. They're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, only with 10 points, but winning these fights, first of all, going to give you a huge amount of confidence, but second of all, will progress you further up. There's the finish and the flush. Jibs is taken away, but here comes an aggression into somebody you probably don't want to fight as the shotgun is out and ready. It will do some damage as he was able to knock 2, but won't be enough. Finally, Dead End will drop a few players, but only as injuries, not as a full flush, as Flame is left alive.
He is the last one left up for Dream1. It looks like he's going to try and reposition into a different spot. And as the fight gets more and more Alcadzia, they've just kind of snuck over here. They're slightly closer every single time. And they're just going to sit and wait. They're in a position where they can just farm these kills and then rotate into zone late to try and pick up some extra placement points or rotate in for a third party into zone to make their way in. And it's really not going to affect them too much. It looks like they have plenty of heals for right now. None of them are really lacking on anything, so they can just wait and wait and wait.
And for those who are probably wondering why they're not rotating, well, you don't want a team behind you when you rotate. So let's make sure that the fight is finished, take out anybody, and allow everybody to get past you. You want to be the last team to cross through if you are that far out. So that's why they're waiting. They're waiting for the cross to come through, and just north of that battle was, of course, Pure Ring making their rotation as they go towards zone. But I think they're getting a little closer. No, they're a little further away. There's a couple of big pillars that are in this map, so it's the wrong one I was thinking of.
Yeah, and there's enough space right now where a lot of teams aren't worrying about too much, especially with the fact that some teams have been fighting outside of zone, where Alcadzia and Dead End are still outside of zone, not really here yet. It's giving a little bit more space for teams to play from. 2-2 splits and everything. In my opinion, completely viable until Phase 3. Once you make it to Phase 3, I think that's the time you kind of have to commit to something. Every once in a while, you can get away with a 2-2 split. Phase 1, a lot of teams do 2-1-1 splits, or even have 4 players completely separated. Like Toyo does, they have a box going there in the middle to try and ward anyone off the middle of the zone.
Oh, how about this? A glider in the air, the eyes in the sky, all done by Eye. It's a fitting name for a fitting job that he is doing, surveying the area, the spy plane, to get things done, but minus the spy, because that thing is loud. But if
Very
you know how to...
noticeable.
Yeah, but if you know how to use it, that thing is dangerous. I've been sniped God knows how many times from a glider. It is so annoying, so you've got to take that thing down ASAP.
And up to the north we go. What a hard shift for this next zone. Gonna keep the river in the middle of it. Maybe slightly more to the east. So we're gonna have to see if any teams want to commit towards the eastern side of the zone, or if they're all just gonna try and commit to the western side where it's more likely to pull. It looks like in Zeke team 4-0, the only teams currently on that eastern side of the zone, and they might be kind of stuck over there until later on, because there's just not going to be as much space with a giant river splitting the zone in half.
Yeah, you don't want to be crossing that river as well, as much as you can see where in Zek are sitting. There is a little lip where you could walk onto it, but realistically, that swim is just dangerous in itself. Meanwhile, Empire, they had the bridge camp. They have allowed the cars to come through, and XP is the first one to get that information. Who's going to be the first to cross into his sightlines? That's a bigger question within himself, as the reinforcements from Empire collapse onto this point as Puyan will fall to the floor. XP able to get a knock of his own. Can he get the second? So thank you very much. Can't find third. And that is a huge disappointment, because Pure Ring has pushed their way here.
And Shinboy ends up getting taken out of the vehicle by Zello. 4-0. They may have had 2 knocked, but they're going to be able to get the res onto both of them, because Wookie, he had taken an E-pickup away from this area to try and get a little bit more info for his team, depending on where the zone was going to go. So now he is just chilling as a solo towards the center of the zone.
Oh, a little chill before getting busy. We're seeing one other team commit to the west side of this map, and I believe that is, as I have just completely screwed up my leaderboard.
That's fine.
What did I do?
Rezav over here on this southern end of the zone. Dead End did end up getting taken down by Alcadzia, so it looks like the little bit of a camp out in the blue zone did end up working. Now Alcadzia going to be able to take their time to make it into the next zone. We'll have to see if Rezav can try and make something happen from this other side of the river along with the Zeke team. Because for all we know, when this next zone pops, it could go straight east, and we could just have the river completely splitting the two sides of the zone. The zone pops, and it does go straight to the east.
God.
What a call.
It's still 50-50 though. Like, as much as it has shifted a little bit more to the east, it's not confirmed. It's still 50-50 on this phase 3 zone. Talk about RNG. This is the pinnacle of it. And I think the East players are going to be happy. They're going to feel right. We have made the right decision on a very questionable move, but I'm still not confident, as a lot of the teams will get close to this river knowing that they will have to cross or take out the people crossing.
And I think Team Liquid, they were already in a great spot before this, and now they have this compound, but also this hill right next to the river, which I think is going to give them a spot to play some solid defense no matter where this zone ends up going, and to be able to give them a spot with a little bit of height to get any info that they may need anywhere else into the zone when they do have to rotate, or if they have to rotate across the water.
Oh, this is going to be a battle, as both teams will rise up, and in doing so, a quick push in as Raze will be the first to get to the compound on foot, but Fairy Tail have dropped 2 onto its roof, so handy position to be in, but the nades are landing, the sky grenades landing on top, but call me and get the phone on the line, because they've already got one. How about a second? And just when you thought you had ground control, what about air support? Because that's the way to enter.
And now Razab down to just Martin. He's getting sprayed at through the smoke. How much longer do his smokes last? Because that may be when his life gets diminished. Now we have Amigos trying to crash onto 4-0. And 4-0, do they defend another compound? Second time that they've defended this compound, this time up against the Amigos, who end up falling in 14.
Fairy Tale keeping the aggression going, eventually confine Razev as they get eliminated from this game. A lot of teams are making that switch towards the east side of this map. We're seeing a lot of teams go over, but my gut feeling says we've gone east once. I don't see it going east again. I truly believe this zone's going to go west. And then all the people that have made that rotation who were on the east side originally are going to kick themselves amongst the rear end. The ones who were originally there, fair play. You were originally there, and you can't really complain.
And the thing with this zone is, it is Phase 4, so theoretically, the point of Phase 4 is to get rid of as much water as possible. So at the very least, we're probably going to go north with this zone. Whether it goes east or west afterwards, it looks like it's going to go to the northeast. It does try and get rid of as much unplayable, or at least the biggest chunk of unplayable, on this zone shift. And that may be why teams decided that the east was the side to go on, because there was just too much water down to the southwest, which is where it would have needed to go to kind of stay on the western side of the river.
I was seeing Fake just trying to play the storm game, play within the zone to try and to stay alive, but this is looking to be the end for them. Toyo doing a bit better job this time as Cat is taken out. Al-Khazad taken out early on. No position points for them, so their endeavor to try and push second and take the lead will be stumped quite early on.
So we're going to see Toyo. They've picked up 3 kills so far. They're going to try and continue forward. Valiate, he is spotted out. Fervero gets the flush with the bullet right there. Just a little one-tap. Lobes down below is spotted out, but he has some good covering fire from elsewhere. And for Toyo, this may just be a fight for what you can as the zone pulls across. Team Liquid, they have the hillside. They can kind of leave 3 on this side. Well, they've already sent 1 across. But it's going to be Fairy Tale going near Luminosity. This Luminosity pulling up just to the north of them. So the fight
Luminosity, they don't have the best of covers. They're having to use their cars to give them that extra hand, but the small lip that comes from the wall and from the road is massively going to help Fairy Tale in this southeast battle. But again, Puring stuck in the open, and I don't see this lasting all too long, and there's no easy way to res these bullets peppering the car, finally doing some more damage, and all cover gone. And Liquid, slowly pushing their way across,
but on top
will be joining this fight as well.
And Zeke team also just trying to pepper some nades down towards them. Both of them get a couple of heals off, but IQ surely down to that nade, and down go 2 of the members of Pure RNG, the only one remaining in the blue zone. On the other side of the water is Lobes.
Liquid, and gonna have to face Zeke, and they're not even looking the right direction. And how did Purdy get away with not dying?
Definitely
Brilliant
a situation
done
there where Andrew needs to hit those shots, get the knock onto Purdy to really make something happen towards Team Liquid. Mira, they've pulled up on the other side of the river now towards that high ground position where they might be able to get a little bit of info on where to go. And I mean, 4-0 on one side and Team Liquid on the other is really, who do you want to swim towards here? Is there any safe spot for them to go to, or is it just going to be survive for as long as possible? Luke 12 goes down to Andrew. Now we're going to see if he can follow it up with any more. The nade not able to get any damage for the flush.
Oh. Not a great position to find yourself in where you originally flushed out and killed off one of your opponents. Now you're stuck in the same situation, and they choose Luminosity. As Birdie goes down, they've just got themselves enough into the shallow end to do damage as the engagement straight off the back. Liquid will be able to find it, but with what cost? They lost Purdy in that fight and critically now a man down.
On top of that, Luke 12 still knocked. He finally got finished off by Nzeke team, so they're down to a 2-man. And they have Wookie that's still just keeping his head down, getting placement points for Empire. And Luminosity, they finally made their crash onto Fairy Tale Bizzler. He's already been taken care of. Voxic knocked in a spot that's not going to be safe until the members of Fairy Tale go down.
This has been a battle that's been brewing for a little bit. Luminosity and Fairy Tale, they were the first group of people to think about making the rotation onto that east side. So now becomes that true battle and fighting over the remaining compound that is left inside this phase 5 zone. Sneakers hid once before, trying to see if he's got an angle, but every time he peeks, it's just a pepper of bullets going into him. And nobody able to make any edgeway to get enough damage or enough effect that you want to see.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see. I mean, Snakers, he has that little bit of an off angle, and now it looks like he's gonna be pushing forward with Voxic. They want to take care of Fairy Tale, but the longer this fight goes on, the more they're getting pushed by other teams. And Snakers, he goes down to Vinny. Voxic goes down to Akim. Now the shots come through. Gats does get the trade before going down to Vinny from the hillside. And Zeke team, what a spread from them coming out as we're into our top 4. Fairy Tale, Team Liquid 4-0, and in Zeke team,
Liquid looking to be done and dusted as well, as it's only going to be Sparking left alive, trying to hide inside the smoke. And with 2 teams looking that direction, no surprise, it is gone as Arthur will get shot down. And still, Fairy Tale down to 2. That's a possibility within themselves. They have control of the compound, but for nothing. Southside control a massive hill to play off. But it's all an X team sitting on the middle of the map, having, I would probably say, the best position of them all, being Central Zone.
Yeah, and they have so much control. They have been taking the space. They've been moving forward every time they think there's somewhere that they can take to try and hold off the rest of the teams. Arthur, Gmo, they're going to hop into the vehicle, and they're going to have to drive right over here. The shot's already coming from Andrew, and he had a great angle onto it to get some opening damage. Can the rest of the team come through with anything? Flavin, kind of close by, does get some shots towards Andrew. Wasn't able to get anything confirmed, and 4-0. They pull up onto that hillside, but they're not even in the zone. Zera pushes his Pico bus forward to try and make sure that they don't have anything they're going to be able to play from, with Selfish going to be giving the covering fire as these 2 push to try and take care of 4-0.
The snakes will start to fly in. Zera will get the floating car that is coming through. Car down. Now only 2 for 4-0 as they try to push up the hill. Arthur will drop. How about a second as 4-0? It gets taken away. And now Fairy Tale looking to quickly push up, capitalize on the unsurprising squad. That's 1. Confirmed can't come through yet. Now it does. 5 kills for Ackerman. But caught out in the open. 1 left alive as Griffith left alive. How do you clutch this situation?
He has some hard cover to work with, but a 1v3 is never an easy situation to go against. You have to try and take the 1v1s. He sees that Vinny is alone, and it looks like he's trying to focus on him. So Nzeke team just has to make sure that they fight this as a team. They don't want to give the 1v1s to Griffith, because all he has to do is hit his shots at that point, and he'll be able to slowly climb his way out of this. Andrew and Selfish up on the hillside. And it looks like the fight against Andrew is going to be the first to come through. A little bit of damage traded on both sides, but nothing more.
Pressured inside the building. All they need to do is keep the pressure here, because Zone is almost guaranteed to go central here. And in doing so, Griffith in a minor and horrible situation. So keep the pressure on, keep him inside, and wait for a minute. But instead, Selfish going aggressive. They want to get the kill done and dusted. Remember, extra point on the line here. It's Griffith. Some more damage could come through. Now they're pushing as a team, as you said, down to 18 HP. Is there anything left? No, it won't happen. Brilliant work.
And Zeke team take home the win. 12 kills. They had the control, and they just made sure to take it as a team fight. The only problem I saw was if he had gotten knocked out of that vehicle, all of a sudden it could have turned into a whole lot more 1v1s, maybe put them at a little bit more detriment, but in the end it all turns out fine, and Zeke team, 12 kills in the chicken dinner, beautiful from them. And we're just gonna go to a quick little break before we get ready for my goodness, my words cannot. The 10th game of the day, the last non-Erangel of the week. We will be back in just a sec after a quick break. Here we go! Ready for match number 10. Should be an exciting one. We've had some exciting matches so far. 9 matches in. And in Zeke team, they've now taken the top spot. 98 points from them so far. And just to think that they were in Division 2 in the last week is crazy to think about. Team Liquid in second place at 96 points. And Fairy Tail, they're having a great week so far, or great day number 2, to jump themselves all the way up to third place on the leaderboard.
Major jumps from Fairy Tail, and to be honest, they've been the dark horses throughout this game. Yeah, no victories for them, but honestly, they've been solid, and I've loved seeing them play every time we've cut over to them, because they get aggressive throughout, and they're not afraid to go for the fights.
Definitely super exciting gameplay. Meanwhile, down on the lower half of the leaderboard, 4-0. They had a decent game in the last match. They jumped themselves up 4 spots into 8th place. They have 46 points now, and that should put them in a relatively safe spot to not have to worry about relegation going into the next few matches. But really, Amigos and Down kind of have to start thinking about it. But it all depends on if Toyo can turn things around. They need to have some good matches. They're only at 28 points. And we know that they can have those 17 kill games and jump their way up the leaderboards. We've seen it from them before.
I'd like to see it 100% as we're just waiting. IG, go on. Do it. Do it. Take the shot. Take the shot. I want to hear that Dragunov in the background going for it, but no, I don't think IG's gonna risk taking the shot. Nonetheless, is one player of Flight just stuck in the middle of nowhere while the Amigos just sit around the outside waiting for an over push.
And Vapeskar, it looked like he spotted him out there for a second, but he's just gonna retreat back to the compound. There we go. DNL gets the headshot onto Flavin. That's our first player out on the second half of our games today. And we'll have to see what more is going to come from it, as it looks like Dead End going to be right next in Zeke team. Andrew and Selfish have pulled up so far. Meanwhile, there's a full 4-man for Dead End. Pirlo got to be careful, as Andrew is lurking closer. Klausen, the one to face Andrew's wrath to start it off. Paradox pulls up on the hillside.
Andrew really not afraid to get out into the open, get aggressive, and even with no sights, able to put a little bit of damage, but not enough, as Andrew will drop for Inzeki. And now, the rest of this team, still situated outside this compound, won't be able to res Andrew, so a sacrifice has to be made, but is sacrificing for the greater good.
And with that knock from Vinny, what a spray to get a knock to make an opening, and they should be able to get Andrew back up onto his feet. The question is, does Dead End know that there's only a 3-man over here right now, as Zera is a little bit farther away? We have Animaniacs rotating right next to Pure RNG. Doesn't look like any shot's going to be taken. They're both just going to pass by each other in peace.
Maybe. Trey's getting a little chasey, going for the hunt down, and feels like an action scene from a movie as they slowly try and push each other and chase each other down. And no surprise, they're going to be looking to try and get to the same compound as well. And oh, this is enthralling. I'm waiting for the guy in the back seat to pull out the pistol and start firing. Talking about getting in the back seat. How about just getting close and personal? As Pure Ring of Valenti will not win that fight, and critically a Notch will go down. Fakes also dropped as well. But look at this, a great retaliation from Pure, and they have able to bring themselves to leave H11 JR left alive.
Only one left. He's trying to get the flush onto IQ. Penta is over here, gonna throw the smoke over towards Loeb so he can try and take the fight, and it's down into a 1v1. Penta versus H11. Who is gonna be able to come out on top? H11 pushing forward. Penta peeks up and over the top and takes him down. And Pure RNG able to take care of Animaniacs.
Brilliant work. It's going to be a little run now to get everybody back up to full health, but that was too close than what was needed on this phase 1 zone. But realistically, we're going to get a lot more fights because look at the spread. Look at the map in the corner. How many teams have already situated themselves at this zone? So no surprise, we're seeing teams and players getting picked off early in this game.
And it's all towards the same area. Personally, for me, when I've been casting, I've never been able to see anything really end towards Hospital, but that's where a lot of teams are going. Nade coming out from Smirzera, and he ends up getting a team knock onto Andrew, now getting shot from the side by Paradox. The spray comes through. He finds one. Clouzera a little bit further, lines up, and he takes him down. MHP with the trade.
And Zera struggling a bit here, but Dead End have done a great job to put damage in. And Zera, no surprise, backing out. The third party from Mira, from Liquid, also was pressuring onto them. And I think you're right. I think if this zone, or if the gods are listening, the zone will push towards Hospital. But there's a part of me that says that this is going to go north. I don't know why, but I'm predicting this zone to go up north.
To the north, I feel like, is a little bit more common of a zone that we see. But I just want to be graced with a zone that I haven't been able to personally cast before. I know there's been zones that have ended in that area before, and I know that they do happen. I just haven't got to do any of them. So this is me being selfish. I want it to happen.
Chuck the toys out the pram. I want it. I want it. I want it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think everyone wants it. Everyone wants a little hospital battle because there's medics around, you know, got medical supplies left, right, and center. So it's gonna last to maybe phase 9 if it does go down there. But we're a long way away to knowing if it will be a hospital battle or not. As the final remaining teams will slowly push their way through, as it will be Toyo and Razav slowly making their way to this point.
Yeah, and it should be pretty entertaining to see. I mean, literally no one is staying up to the north in this current zone. Everyone is pushing down to the south, so it looks like this is just what people are expecting. Oh, Wookie. Wookie. Please. No, he's letting Zello go through. Maybe expecting more players to come through, but now Arthur is going to go around. So they shot at Zello, and it's going to make Wookie's camp with the Panzer useless. This disappoints
It's gotta
me.
happen. It's gotta happen. You've got the Panzer in hand. You gotta fire it. I'm gonna be disappointed. Team Empire, if you don't make it happen, I will be tweeting out to you going, why didn't you use the rocket launcher? I want it.
Yeah, this disappoints me. They should have just let Zello go through for free. The follow-up cars would have been coming through. They would have been able to get a free knock. But instead, we see no Panzer action until maybe a little bit later on.
Pure RNG have control of the compound, but PD just sitting on the edge of this compound. And right now, both teams, again, still very early, don't want to over-aggress, don't want to push too far, as Slabby will take some damage and gets reminded, hang on a minute, we have plenty of time to fight these guys.
Yeah, I mean, now we're going to see where the zone goes. Could go to Ohyang, could go to Hospital. It's still a possibility. We could go down south with this. We need a little bit more of a hard shift now than we needed before. But I could still get what I want.
every redneck is sitting going, howdy, we want south. That's what they're looking for right now. Well, that's if you're in North America. South America, the Argentinians are shouting for it, but nonetheless. Geography lesson over, and now for shooting lesson is... I feel like every tree took the brunt of that force.
Yeah, and sometimes you just don't quite hit the shots, or you don't get quite the lead that you're expecting, as it can be difficult to shoot people out of vehicles. But if you get in to like 50 to 100 meter range with some of these players in this lobby, you're just dead. That's what happens. Caspitan just kills the glider there so he can drop down with the rest of his team and either fix the glider or regroup and make a push somewhere after he's scouted out where the teams and players are.
It'll be huge information, but Empire are going to be the last ones to rotate through. They still have plenty of time, hence why they're dropping themselves off just a little bit early. Don't want to over-aggress into the fire. That is from Dream1. And they sit comfortably on top of the hill, but that compound, there's a lot of cover to play with. And Empire really can make progression up that hill.
Yeah, and you see them slowly making their way in. They're at the very least in on the edge right now. Flamesker, he's going to back off of that. So Dream1 going to be controlling a spot a little bit north of Empire, who should be able to peek up and over the hill. But the real question is, where's the next zone going to go? Is it going to make Empire just start to rotate again and try and make it through Dream1? Who's going to rotate? When are they going to rotate? And because Empire's so on the edge, it would be perfect for them if Dream1 starts to fight another one of the teams and they can like come in as a third party later on.
Griffith will say thank you very much. I will take the care package that's dropped in. It upgrades his helmet and his chest plate to level 3, so kudos to him. But we are actually seeing a straggler. I just noticed on the map, Empire sending one out solo in phase 3, which you said, well, going into phase 2, but should be the last time we should see any players doing that, right?
Yeah, so phase 3 is still fine. As soon as it kind of closes into phase 4, unless like half the lobby is gone, you're going to be a lot more constricted on space in these higher end lobbies. So you don't want to be alone as a two-man really for too long. And if you are, you want to have like the chemistry and the solid team play to know exactly when and where you're going to crash onto to re-crash your teammates.
Just as we're about to see the zone, that looks north. You're not getting a hospital. I am so sorry.
It's going to happen one of these times. I mean, now we're here every Monday and Tuesday, sometimes Wednesday, like this week, depending on maintenance on the servers. So at some point, we get 2 of these maps every single week. We're gonna get the hospital zone. It's gonna happen. It may not be common. Most of the time we go to other places, but it could happen one of these times, and it could be a whole lot of fun.
The day I get a hospital zone, I'm just gonna send a screenshot to you and just be like, hey, it happened at some point. As Gabriel just taking the brunt of damage, 5 HP, diving into it, will be enough to take him down. As LG will massively get some knocks, but there's a huge hit as Mira will steal all the kills from Empire.
And now we're seeing Team Liquid. They're sneaking up on Luminosity. Gats goes down to Purdy. And Team Liquid, they only have 2 over here. The other 2 in a differing position. They're going to try and get some nades up and over to get the flush towards Gats, but it's not going to be coming through, as he's already been put on the back and rotated to a different spot, a safer spot, to be able to get the res. And we see, what was that, like 5 or 6 teams in Oh Hyung? That's crazy.
Well, if we gonna make it work, you're gonna make it work. But I did see a rocket launcher on the side of PD, so be careful as that might start flying through at some point in time. The Luminosity, they're sitting on the edge in theoretically the most dangerous position as they have sight lines galore. They could dictate who's gonna push next into Ouyang.
There is 7 different teams in Ohyang. I did the counting as we were just waiting there. And there is a couple of duos and a solo there, so it's not like it's 7 full teams. But there is 7 different teams in Ohyang, and then you have the teams outside. Mira, Amigos, Dead End, and Zeke team gonna be fighting Dream1 here on the southern side. Selfish going for some shots onto Taifu, not able to get the knock.
This battle's brewing. Amigos and Mira slowly pushing up onto each other. Lopez will fall, and so will Jibs. Still 4 on the side of Mira. Able to swing round as well as Fana will be able to make a sneaky rotation. They would have heard the vehicle come forward, but whether they heard the vehicle push this far up is the question in itself, but a retreat is called forward. Nade lands short, and Amigos. This is so unfortunate to lose out to the opening fight.
But they do pick him up, and they get him a little bit farther, but 12 IG, he takes a headshot, but he still survives. The nade goes forward, barely misses the tree branch there. Does it get the knock? Yes, it does! On to 12 IG, more shots coming out from Fana. It's not connecting with the shots. There is all 3 of them right there. Does that nade do a ton of damage? Doesn't find any. That could have been huge. LFP1, he's got to be careful. These smokes going to dissipate. Going to make it wide open for his push. Fana takes a headshot from DNL, and he's going to have to reposition to a different spot. Vapeskir finds the knock-on to Fakeson. LFP1 goes down to Lopez. And now it's going to be DNL and Lopez up against Quan and Fana.
Now just got to get that angle right. The Amigo's still alive. Down to 1. The advantage was all in favor of Mira. Now Lopez left alive. Well, Lopez trying to take out the remaining Mira player. And all they have to do is play your cards right. You've been winning this second battle all too well. That nade might do a lot of damage. It might do the job, but it's done with shots. Amigos annihilated. Annihilating. Brilliant work.
But he gets the self-knock onto himself with the nade, and now more nades coming forward. That's good, and they're cleaned up by Dream1. They heard it in the kill feed. They come along, and they mop up the third party. Brilliant there from Dream1 to get the points when it matters.
They would have heard the intense gunfire between them, so no surprise underneath our noses, not only for us as the viewers, but also for the Amigos. They pushed up, but that was just a little too long as he started taking damage. He should have pulled the trigger as Kim is taken down. Oh, trigger discipline's beautiful, but it's a curse when it doesn't happen at the right time.
Yeah, and I think he just was waiting because he had that Dragunov. A headshot from that distance would have been a one-shot, so he probably just wanted the absolute perfect shot to be able to take him down. He's trying to pick up Akim, but I don't think that's going to be worth it. The zone is faster than them. He's going to end up going down. Akim to the blue zone, and Gats ends up getting the knock onto Call Me, and it's down to Griffith for Fairy Tale.
Where have we heard that situation before? Griffith to try and stay alive, but not going to happen. No points this time, so the beautiful run that they have made will get stopped here. No position points, but I think there was a couple of kills for them. Once again, a little bit of trigger discipline, but finally the shots will fly through as not one of them is hitting, and that hurts. That hurts to watch.
MHP, he just went to his tap dancing classes. He does the tippy tap, he avoids every bullet there, and he comes out unscathed.
Ouyang still in play. The edge of this, well, town, city. I'd call that a town in my eyes, but the edge is still there. But we're seeing Luminosity. They're going for a little dip on the edge of the lake. They lose one car, unfortunately, but in doing so, they're going to have some great positioning here to try and push the edge of Ouyang and all the players coming across as Blizzard will drop, unfortunately.
We say that as Luke 12, they're rotating back behind into this compound, and this is where Dead End was. Pirlo, he survives just barely, able to walk to the edge of the fence, but the nade wasn't enough, but the shots from Purdy were, and down he goes as Sparking falls from the hillside to Penta. That's another point going the way of pure RNG.
Pure might take the zone here. I'm not gonna lie, at this point in time, they know there's a lot of strong teams around them. There's a lot of four-man stacks around, so you don't want to be pushing that, knowing that if you just wait a little bit longer in that blue zone, you could come out on top. Also, it's not giving away a point to anybody, but while this is all happening, Glock stuck inside, a lot of people around him, and getting a little scared.
And Voxic ends up getting a knock onto Purdy, so Team Liquid gonna have to get that res very quickly. They have 30 seconds until the blue zone is gonna be here. They're on the very edge, and then they have to send it forward towards where Luke 12 is, as they have taken care of the member of Pure RNG, so they don't have to worry about him anymore. Their back is clear. It's just about everyone in front of them.
I'm getting scared for Glock. That is a scary situation to be all alone with everybody around you. I don't like that. Indeed, we keep going back to him, but the people around him is 4-0 Toyo, and our current, well, fourth place team Alcazer just still inside as low. I thought the headshot was coming in, but the Mini 14 just not being able to do enough damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alo not able to connect with the headshot there. Now we have Luke 12 a little bit farther back. It looks like he's getting ready with the mortar. Probably going to be trying to go for Luminosity here. As where is it going to go? He's prepping it. He's looking right towards Luminosity. Laucha ends up getting a knock onto Alo. 192 meters. Is it good? Does it connect onto the members of Luminosity? We hear it whistling through, and it goes just a little bit to the right. I mean, it was right towards the vehicle that was originally pinged. Absolutely beautiful there, and a follow-up going to be coming through. Can he get them a little bit to the left? He has plenty to work with. That one perfect onto the vehicle. Snakers and Voxic didn't want to deal with it, and then the next one all around that tree, and now Snakers and Voxic, they avoid the mortars. They had plenty of warning.
While this is all happening, the rest of Team Liquid have pushed up to Luminosity, and now they can start to put more pressure onto them. So that was a distraction to get them moving, get them out of position. And in doing so, I'd say that's worked fairly well as Liquid, well, they had a great positioning, but they're stuck behind a sandbag to try and stay alive. Purdy doing what he can to be able to get Fly Low up. It won't happen. And Luke 12 and Purdy split amongst this lake.
We'll have to see, can Luke 12 give any covering fire? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to, because Dream 1 is going to cause him problems from the hillside. Razav, they end up in a beautiful spot in the center of zone. And that's going to be super important as Purdy, he's going to go down. He doesn't go down there to Glock, and Zello is going to end up getting the finish onto potentially dangerous, but Razav, they're down in 14th place, and they're going to be in the center of the zone with the compound.
Luminosity, it looks like a bold position, having so much open space south of them, but they are doing a fantastic job to lock down this open point, and no one is able to get away. As for nothing, well, their push was for nothing because Luminosity were there to deny anything. Now, Team Liquid pressured by Dream1. Dream1 have been the dark horses of this game. 5 kills on their side, and they've been doing a lot of good work.
And I'm starting to think that it's specific maps that Dream1 is better at. And because they had 35 points at the beginning of the day on Monday, and then they had nothing on Miramar. And then we go away from Miramar, and they start picking up points again. So I think they just don't like Miramar, based on what I've seen.
You know what? I'd say that's pretty accurate. It could be coincidental, but it sounds pretty accurate nonetheless. But I tell you what, I have been seeing Razev popping up in the feed, God knows how many times. That is impressive. As they sit 14th with only 26 points, they are racking it up right now, and they are comfortably coming from the Huyan area, and they're taking full control.
But now it's going to be El Kadzia to push towards them, and it's going to be the defense that we're going to have to see if it can hold. Martin does find the knock onto Roth, and now it's going to be Rello 1v4, and he goes down after a great stun there from Martin, who picks up 2. Fisher ends up getting a knock onto Jibs as Flameskar runs over his teammate. So now Flameskar, he's going to send it forward. He takes a headshot, and he goes down to Fisher. So that's even more falling to Razev. 7 kills so far. 8 and 9 going to happen when they take care of Dream1. Hansi will be the 10th. Can they find him? He goes up and over, but he goes down and he overextends a little bit. His team not quite there to support him yet. So he's going to get naded out. Does he end up getting completely flushed? As Fisher...
Great information, actually. His teammate actually getting flushed was great for Dream1, but no, not going to happen. A 10 killing spree for Razev. Razev are flawless. They're doing a fantastic job, but we look back over to the lake where Luminosity have been dominating, and they're taking away their fellow North Americans org, Team Liquid, down. And this Canadian org stepping up. They've been in the points all 3 games, but never put themselves into this position.
So now we have a 4v3 fight for the win. It's going to be Razev up against Luminosity. Luminosity, if they win this one, it's going to be up to, 11 kills and a chicken dinner. That's going to put them well up into the points again, and it's going to put them in a spot where they might be able to try and fight for the top spot going into the final couple of matches. Meanwhile, Razev, they need the win because they want to be out of relegation. They don't want to go back down into Division 2. They want to stay in Division 1. So we're going to have to see if they can fight their way up into staying there.
Razev already has 10 kills, so no matter what, this is a huge game for them. A chicken dinner will just be the icing on the cake. The flambe, the saute, whatever you want to call it. It's just the finishing touches that they so desperately want. And they have the man advantage. They know that they could be just a slightly bit more aggressive, buddy system their way forward and take out one of the Luminosity players, as they're fairly spread out. But crucially, all the Luminosity inside the zone.
Razev, they have so much util because they were in the center for so long, but Snakers is the one that opens it up onto Fisher, so now it's going to be a 3v3 Bale trying to get some shots over towards Snakers, see if he can find the head as it peeks out.
That mercy cover that was dropped by Team Liquid is a blessing for Sneakers. He can use this to the full effect, and now the smoke in the middle just makes that rotation even easier again as we start to head into phase 9 with the zone pushes in and Razev are in the, I'd probably say, the worst position of them all because there's still a good hill to play off for Luminosity and they will try their best to capitalize it.
Luminosity, they have a little bit more zone control compared to Razev, but Snakers, he's going to go down to Martin. He does make it behind the emergency cover. If he crawls too much further, though, he's going to get spotted out, going to get flushed out. Not going to be able to get res. Snakers, he needs to get flushed out now, but Razev, they're focusing more on trying to make their way forward. I think that is a little bit of misplay. They have some Molotovs that Laucha can try and throw forward. They need to try and use that util. But Snakers, he's going to already be back up onto his feet. And I think that could be a misplay there from Razev. The Molotov's only going forward now. Gaps.
Nonetheless, Luminosity, they're getting aggressive. They're getting punchy. It's open fields. You can lay on the floor and get some cover, but that smoke in the middle of nowhere massively going to help as here comes Gaze from the rear. We'll find the last one to get it done. Luminosity, they're here to play.
And Luminosity take the win in match number 10. 11 kills, but Razev, they had a wonderful amount of damage there. 1,800. 10 kills in a second place from them. We'll have to see how that changes around the leaderboard. But we have 2 matches left, and we're going to go back to the beautiful, sunny Erangel. So it's going to be exciting and interesting to see what's going to happen there. We will be right back for match number 11. Match number 11, back to the beautiful, wonderful, sunny Erangel that we all love so much. How are we going to see things play out? What teams are going to end up taking the top of the leaderboard? Because we've had another switch at the very top. Team Liquid up to 105 points, taking back the first place spot from Inzeke team. And Luminosity, they jump up 2 spots into third place, up to 88 points.
This is still doable for Luminosity. Another cracking game, and they can, well, a win will jump them in front of Inzek, assuming Inzek doesn't get any placement points. And in doing so, close down that gap towards Liquid as well. Actually, one good game in Inzek and Liquid not proceeding through could jump Luminosity to the bittersweet top. But I think the major upset here is Alcazar did really well. They kicked off with a bang, got themselves onto the radar, but slowly going downhill, and they've dropped from third all the way down to fifth.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate to see them dropping. You see some big names there. You have Roth, you have Rello, you have Cowboy and DIY. All players and team, or all teams, all names. Gosh, words are hard. All names that you really expect to be fighting for those top positions. Obviously, unfortunate there for Empire. They're going to lose too early. But Elcadzia, definitely a team we expect fighting for the top. Obviously, last week, they were kind of middle of the group, but they did have a player subbing for DIY as he was taking a break for the week before coming back this week. So obviously, with a different player, you might expect a little bit different of an outcome.
Yeah, definitely going to be upsets here and there, but Luminosity, all aboard! Pushing into the building, of which only one member of Potentially Dangerous is waiting there. And I'm surprised they're not getting that shotgun up there off the bat.
Oh, Slabby, he's up on the roof with an M249, though, so he has plenty of bullets to work with, and it's going to be very difficult for Team Liquid to make something happen. They're going to have to smoke cross to a different building to be able to push him off of this rooftop, or they're going to have teammates push at the same time, as now the rest of Potentially Dangerous, they're getting over here. Purdy with this Skynade tries to throw it over. Now the shot's coming out from Slabby. Trading is Purdy, but Nox not coming out on either side. Now the rest of Potentially Dangerous, they're over here with more M249s.
Hey, you gotta love the LMG, because all you hear is just a buzz in the feed, and well, Team Liquid, I think they were expecting this type of pressure early on. And PD are just playing patient here. They don't need to over-aggress. They have Liquid exactly where they want it, but that blue BZ is gonna do huge work. Sparking able to go down. And now Potentially Dangerous can get aggressive as Purdy also drops as well.
Now more shots coming through from different M249s from different angles. Two members down and jumping off the side of the building. The spray, the hip fire, it does come through. Luke 12 gonna be the last one remaining. He tried to get over here, but he didn't get over here in time. Smoke coming down the staircase. He has an MP5 and an AUG to work with. 1v2, Glock and Slabby, the ones that he's gonna be fighting. Glock is going to be looking for a little bit of a reposition before coming back in, deciding that he might just want to try and take the fight, take care of Luke 12 before going for any reses.
They need to do it quickly and meaningfully. Luke 12 gives away his position.
He did it with
now
a
he has to
beautiful...
duck back inside, but this is where they are able to now give that opportunity to get another res in, bring a third player in. Now one player can be going over and helping the last, get themselves back to a full team. And this is tactical. I love what PD are doing. They're taking their time. They're keeping Luke inside the building at all times.
And he's trying to look for any openings. He's trying to do whatever he can, getting a little bit extra ammo to work with, and Gabru, there's a reason he got picked up, and
Oh.
it's because he has the Panzer, and he's gonna push straight forward. Luke 12, he has a shotgun. We've seen shotgun versus Panzer before. This time, the Panzer is able to get the win in the fight. Meanwhile, the last time we saw the shotgun end up winning against the Panzer, it was crazy.
I tell you what, I literally, I think I just cursed how the game is unfolding, because I said to you, if Team Liquid goes down and Luminosity has a good game, we could have a major shift here.
It could be a huge fight for first place, as Griffith is down for Fairy Tale. Akim, the only one surviving. I don't know what ended up happening with this fight here, but it looks like pure RNG was able to crash onto Fairy Tale. Maybe even a third party, because Fairy Tale also has 3 kills. So I think there was 3 different teams that were fighting for that compound.
It definitely feels like it was, but at the end of the day, left alive, you got to do what you have to do in those scenarios. As we look over, and we're getting, I believe that's going to be, you can just see Alcazez in the background as well, joining this fight as to make matters worse, as the Amigos dominating here, and they're looking to take out the second place team.
And, I mean, if that's what happens, I mean, in Zeke team, they're down to a 2-man. It looks like Lopez was on his way over to try and cause some problems. Vapeskar getting knocked from behind, and in Zeke team, they're going to get a little bit of covering fire and a little bit of help to be able to survive for a little while longer. Akim, M4 and a shotgun. He did get a knock onto one of the members of Pure RNG, so it's going to be up to 2. No, Penta gets res, and it's still going to be a 1v3. What can Akim do up against these 3 players? IQ in the further building.
Akim, again, just about to survive. We'll see how long you can go to get it to the bitter sweet end. But realistically, he's looking at seeing his team get knocked out early. The Molly not doing too much damage, and realistically, this is going to be the end of Fairy Tale, which would mean at this current point in time, Team Liquid gone. We know Insect also down to 1 left alive, and Fairy Tale looking to go as well.
Oh, he steps forward into the Molotov, but he ends up going down to his own nade. Crazy sequence of events there. We did know that they were going to get eliminated. Just the wackiest way for it to end up happening there.
Different, unique, 100% agree with that. It's definitely some lovely battles that we're starting to see from all around the map, and again, Erangel is not really, I wouldn't say the style of map where we usually see teams go out this early. We usually see it get to phase 2 before the first teams drop. So this is just hot drops that are landing perfectly here.
Yeah, obviously, with pacing and everything for the maps, the middle 2 maps are always the ones where it gets the craziest. There's absolute mayhem. You can never really tell what's going to happen, whether it's going to be slow, fast-paced. Erangel, people know this map. It may not be quite as slow as Miramar, as usually Miramar is your slowest pace map just because of the amount of hills and dips in it. But it's definitely not one where we normally see 13 players gone before the 10-minute mark. But this is game number 11. And since this is game number 11, it just means it's going to get even crazier for game number 12.
It should be crazy, and it should definitely put everything up in the air, and it means that the battle for first also gets a lot closer. But as we've just dropped onto them, Dream1, what a performance they've been having. They've been in the background. They've not necessarily, they've had a few moments on the screen where they've done really well, but they've been consistently 5-kill games with low placement points. They've jumped up slowly. From the last match, they jumped up 2 positions. They're currently sitting with 50 points here.
Definitely a decent showing from them. They started at 35 points at the beginning of the day. They didn't really get too many in the first couple of games, and then they slowly put together a better game, and then a better game, and now we're starting to see them kind of climb the leaderboard. Yesterday they did absolutely wonderful on Erangel, so maybe we'll see more of the same here.
Oh, Timber as Cowboys decides to rodeo the car, and
Yeah, just a few extra style points.
Yeah, and so does DIY as well. I just saw that in the distance, and it seems like the whole Alcazez just wants to get up, start dancing, and have fun with the vehicles, but I don't think it's the most efficient way to get around when they're upside down.
It definitely isn't, but it can be super entertaining depending on how we see it and what happens with it. Unfortunately, there it's just kind of they flip the car and keep on going. But it's kind of funny when they flip the car and something else happens, whether they end up getting knocked, shot out of the vehicle, or other pandemonium as other cars start crashing into them. You never really know, but it can get pretty entertaining.
Oh, talking of entertainment, the second zone has made some presence. We are going slightly north, but remains fairly central amongst this game.
Yeah, and we see Mira, they're on the far eastern side of the zone. They're one of the last teams rotating. There's a couple more that still need to make it into zone. So it's really going to be a question of do they find an opening, or have we lost enough players in phase 1 that there's not really going to be a ton of fighting for Mira to third party to find an entry spot into phase number 2?
It could go either way, but I'd have to have a quick, brief look at the map to say if that is the case or not. They have been able to find themselves a free compound to get themselves into this phase 2 zone, but it will only last them this phase. Afterwards, they will have to push a bit deeper once again, because most likely I see probably half of, and I'm going to butcher Yangsan of the northern compound to be taken away at least.
Oh, DIY,
DIY
can you make it?
Do a flip. Oh no! Network lag.
This is a really unfortunate time. We see the map though, and we see DIY still driving. Oh
no. There we go.
Scary moments. Scary moments there for sure. We're good though. We are good to go. Mira, they're going to be making their way over towards where DIY just disappeared to. But it looks like they're not going to go down into the dip. They would have been at the mercy of Alcadzia, who are set up all around this area. They're going to have to make their rotate into zone as well. But they might let Mira fight a team going into zone first and capitalize on something afterwards. Fakeson does lose a tire there, but able to keep control and keep on rolling. Loses a second, and it's going to be a whole lot more difficult.
I'll tell you what, that's going to make life a lot harder, as all vehicles are able to safely get into the half in-zoned compound. And, well, Alcazar is... Again, they need a step up from what they've been doing in the last 3 maps, and... Well, last 4, really, as only the first one... Yeah, last 3, sorry, as the first one was okay, but... Here we go, as the Phase 3 zone starts to push in, the last of the rotations will come through. And Dead End, well, they've got themselves actually inside the manor, so that is not a bad... Sorry, the prison, that's not a bad position to find yourself in.
Trophy room.
Trophy room.
Hall of Fame. That's what it's called.
Yeah, because they changed it.
Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that was originally a similar to the manor, that place, but they changed it.
Now Nidavon getting shot at Dream1 potentially dangerous, getting into a fight. Gabru trying to roll around all the way to the other side, but Taifu, he's going to be over there. He needs to go for the shots before his teammate gets flanked, and he gets the shots onto Nidavan, but then from the side, Slabby gets the trade. Gabru and Slabby up against Jibs for Dream1. 1v2, the stun goes forward.
This hill working out to be a blessing as PD continue to put their name into the kill feed. Taifu was flushed, taken away, and now it's down to Jibs to make a dream out of a not so good game. Talked about how well they've just been racking up a couple of points here and there, keeping their progression to come through, but this looks to be the end of their momentum. They're on the cusp of losing this, and there it is, annihilated by potentially dangerous.
Gabru with a good nade there, and Jibs walks right into it, didn't hear it, didn't see it, steps on top of it, and it explodes like a landmine. Now potentially dangerous, gonna have to regroup a little bit. Pure RNG. They took the time to make it up the hillside a little bit to be ready for when potentially dangerous has to rotate out of here, and we center up on the forest.
I just watched the zone, and Luminosity has been blessed. I think this is the fourth time, let's be real, fifth time, that they have been blessed with a zone that keeps landing on them. I don't, are they paying PUBG servers right now to give them a benefit? Because it's working for them, as they are, again, in a prime position to fend off anybody pushing through.
That really showed, that could just show the amount of time they put into studying some of the zones, finding the best spots in the zones, and figuring out where they may pull. And they are capitalizing off of it here in day number 2, and they're trying to push up for that top spot, trying to take number 1 away from everyone else in the lobby. 4-0. They're kind of in a spot near shelter where they have to make it out of here, but they are getting shot at every little spot they try and leave.
Raze, last time round, putting themselves in second. Posted up again in a compound of their own, quickly trying to grab vehicles, so rotation makes it easier, but Pure RNG starting to push forward. Sorry, Pure Ring. Yeah, Pure RNG pushing forward, and in doing so, in the background, our second place team gets wiped. And again, before any placement points, so Luminosity still in a shot to really jump some positions here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big game here for them. How many kills can they get? Are they just going to focus on the placement points, maybe go for a win? There's so many ways that they can try and play this. They can try and go for high kill points, as it looks like potentially dangerous, landing right onto 4-0. Slabby with the Panzer took down 1. The drop shot, but Gmo, he's able to take him down. Gabru up against him, and he goes down to Arthur. From shots to the back, and 4-0. They have 3 knocked, but if the reses come out, they could be back up to a 4-man.
It has to come through. You have to commit. You have to stick to it. Mira, well, they've now found their way to Luminosity, and Luminosity just keeping that wall up, keeping that fire, just keep Mira in the edge. But Mira's deciding, you know what, we're not going to push them head on. We're going to push around. It's not, they're stuck in this awkward place, because even if you push around, you go into such an open area where another team, well, the same team of Luminosity, could continue to pepper you.
But in the end, Luminosity not able to find any shots onto them. They have 0 kills so far. They're no longer inside the zone. And the team right next to them, El Kadzia, a force to be reckoned with. They're only in 5th place right now, but that doesn't mean that they're not one of the best teams in this lobby that can put some hurt on you if you overextend in the wrong spots.
Has Toyo got a number onto Maya? They need these kills. They need some points to get them out of relegation. They need everything to come forward. They're sitting in 14th. They don't want to be here. Pepper shots come through and Toyo just have no answer. They don't have angles. And they're critically still out of zone here.
It's going to be all onto them. Mira, they're getting pulled up on by Luminosity now, and pure RNG from the hillside have an angle down into this dip. So now Toyo, they're getting some shots onto pure RNG. So it's just a four-way fight for this edge position right now. And Luminosity, they still have to keep their eyes on Alcadzia to make sure that they're not going to push forward and try and take any spots away from them.
Luminosity have a good dip. They have an area that they can play off. All they need to do is just protect that western front, not allow anyone to push through. And talking of western battles, how about an eastern battle where they're fighting west? Toyo needing to stay alive as Elm just left down to a slither before healing back up. Mira gets wiped. And Toyo's done what they needed. Kills on the board finally. But now Luminosity's getting aggressive and they might start to go for a fight. Not with Toyo, but how about their rivals below them? Alcazar, just inside the zone.
And it's going to be important. Toyo, they were able to hold off pure RNG, but do you know where they're going to go? They're going to go right in front of them because Toyo didn't take this spot as soon as they had the opening, but Caspitan, he gets the knock onto Lobes. Can they do any more? Caspitan looking forward. We hop over to the fight between Alcadzia and Luminosity.
P90 in play. We know how powerful that gun could be when it's in the right hands, and the two strongest battles is this, Toyo and pure RNG, and right now Toyo down to 2. As one from pure RNG is left alive. Penta able to get 1. Zera will get it done, but at what cost?
He's gonna have to try and sprint towards his teammate to try and get the res, to try and make sure that they can stay up as a two-man to try and get more points later on in this match. And Alcadzia, they're going to be fighting up against Luminosity. 2 down for Luminosity. Bizzler, Snakers up against a 4-man. The timing of the smokes dissipating, not working out for Luminosity. Now shots going out. Bizzler goes down to Rello. 1 left on Luminosity. As the sprays come out, the flushes to confirm the points. Alcadzia, they're going to have to make their move into this next zone. 30 seconds before it starts shifting.
Sneakers has once before stayed alive for such a long time. He will have to make a miracle of it again. But no matter where he looks, he's got Toyo on his right. He has Alcazar on his left. It's going to be a difficult ask for him to stay alive, and finally the press forward. They will start to push forward. Roth will get taken down, and that P90 left now in the open, so a power weapon on the field. As Ryzev, they're getting involved as well. They have sightline all across that northern road.
Right, and it's Ryzev getting involved again after a beautiful match number 10. They're coming back here into match number 11. They just made their way out of the relegation zone, and they're getting more points and stuff on the board to make sure that they stay out of the relegation zone. And it might end up being pure RNG that has to try and fight for their survival up against Toyo and potentially dangerous.
Toyo, I don't think they know fully. There's going to be a player hiding behind this rock, and nade lands perfectly. How about a second? It's the Molotov just landing in front of the rock. But that's also giving the position away for Alcazar to also get a little attack onto Toyo. All just finding one player, all of them trying to hunt down the last of Luminosity. And both sides exposing themselves just a little bit too far each time.
And Snakers, he's just not going to let it happen. He doesn't want to go down. He wants to try and get any more points he can. Rello, he takes 1 shot, but he still survives. Snakers pops over the top. Caspitan goes down. So doesn't Cloudzera. And that is a 3-point swing for Luminosity before he goes down to Cowboy.
Luminosity just gained themselves another position. They find themselves 7th rather than 8th. Perfect timing to take out their fellow pros. And in doing so, all while this is happening, look at the Emanations. They have pushed all the way into the crevice. And they've heard everything that's been happening. And Alcazer, they're out as well.
So now we're going to have 5 teams left alive. Amigos, Animaniacs, Razav, 4-0. And then Klausen for Dead End. Just kind of sneaking up there. Taking some placement points away from some other teams. Unfortunately for Dead End, I don't think they're really in a spot to be able to fight to get out of relegation at this point. They'd need like a 17 to 20 kill chicken dinner. Personally, so far over these 2 days, they haven't proved that they can do that in this lobby.
No, definitely not in this lobby. But Pride Points is something that they will take happily. As Reserve starts to push up. But just as the shield goes down, a good tag has come through. That zone, pretty awkward for the southern teams. And then doing so, 4-0. And the Amigos, they've got to push out in the open.
It's just a slow burn. Klausen, he does get a knock onto one of the other teams. And 2 teams in the bottom 5 of our leaderboard, Animaniacs and Razav, fighting each other. Amigos getting a few shots in here and there. As I feel like this really is an end zone of the underdogs. Every single team left alive is in our bottom 8 right now.
Who's the one that's going to extend their lead just a little bit further? Dead End finally taken away and the straggler gone. The Animaniacs, they had a prideful position, had that middle control, but the nades have just come in and done so much damage to them that it's down to 1, and whether that res can come off is a question within itself. For Rezev versus the Amigos, now that's a battle you want to see, but the Amigos, they have to drive up and they have to drive into the gunfire.
And we're going to see which team is going to be able to take the top. Amigos and Rezav, the only team still up as a 4-man. Rezav, they have the high ground. Amigos, not a ton of cover to work with currently, but Rezav a little bit closer to those players that are still alive in 4-0 and Animaniacs, and they're going to have to push down into them. Whereas Amigos, they have a spot just barely on the edge of zone. How much hard cover is there? Probably not a lot. They have at least something to work with.
Fake, if you're going to push, you have to commit. You have to commit to the push going up, because you have the Amigos just behind you, but just on the other side, Martin, he's been checking, he's been peeking, and Fake almost begging for something to come through. Is that the kill you want to get as the nade lands perfectly? 1 knocked, but the no confirm. The Animaniacs, they're still not out of this, though.
Yeah, Animaniacs, they can make something happen. They have the zone control. The problem is they're down to a 2-man, and it's going to be very difficult. You're going to kind of hope and want for Rezav to get a couple of knocks onto the Amigos before they end up going down, or if Rezav goes down on their push forward down into the zone.
Well, it seems like Vape has got information. The Amigos know where the Animaniacs are situated as well, so that battle can come through as well. Particularly from the nades that are being thrown. They will catch a glimpse of that. But nonetheless, Rezav, another player dropped. And it's now 2 for Rezav, 2 for Animaniacs. And 4-0, just crawling their way forward.
Rezav, they're trying to make their way down the hillside, but it's straight into 2 different teams. But Plent's going to be spotted out. 12 IG gets the knock. but the nade from Plents is perfect, even though he goes down fake the next to fall, and it's gonna be 4v1 with Flavin, the last one remaining. Team's a little bit, maybe confused as the Amigos just like, where's the last player? I'm so confused.
There he is, just crawling onto the floor, and he's going to be looking for any opportunity where they're all bunched together. But it's not going to come through. It will be done and dusted. Brilliant work for Dead End. It won't mean too much. The Amigos, 12 kills and a full chicken dinner.
And Amigos, if we end up closer to that 50-point mark, definitely going to be safe now, as they were at 46, 12 kills and a chicken dinner. Going to boost them a good chunk up the leaderboard, and every placement point does matter, because you do get Smirzera rank points at the end of every week to try and keep yourself, or even get yourself into starting in Division 1 for the following week. So every little bit helps there. And it'll be interesting to see how the teams played out, who ends up where. But for now, we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for the final match of this week. We will be back in just a sec for match number 12. Match number 12. Here we go as we get ready for the final bit of PUBG mayhem here at the end. We've had some wonderful games so far. The leaderboard all over the place, but our top three teams, no movement. All of our middle teams, tons of movement, but our bottom four teams haven't changed at all.
Yeah, major upsets throughout this game, and well, when those changes come through, they better be strong, they better be powerful, and definitely got to cause the upsets throughout. And well, it's definitely a different playing pathway. We're getting our words out. It's the last game of the day, but I'm not seeing too many groups here. I think it looks pretty spread out.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any hot drops here. It looks like everyone ended up fine. But I will say, the points grouping overall for our entire leaderboard, this is the first time we've seen above 40 points going into the final match for one of our bottom four teams. So the fact that they've made it up to 45 points and still might not make it through is going to be absolutely crazy. We thought that 50 points was going to be definitely safe no matter what. But I don't think it is anymore. When you're looking at this leaderboard, all of a sudden, Empire, Razab, Div1, Pure RNG, potentially dangerous. All in spots to completely capitalize off of this and could turn their leaderboard around at any moment. Toyo, they need a big game. They can deliver it. We've seen them deliver it. What can they do? What can they show us going into the last match?
If you're Toyo, they've got to show you everything. They've got to make a huge play, and essentially they've got to push themselves with either a 12 kill game or win the whole entire thing with probably minimum of 2 kills, but 9 out of 10 if you're near the top, you're probably coming out with 5-6 kills. And that should solidify a good position to jump up the necessary positions. But that is factoring in that the other teams above you aren't getting any points. So it's a big ask, and you've got to be confident and brilliant at what you do.
Yeah. So we're gonna need to see Toyo put everything on the line for this one, but it all could be for naught if Empire, Razab, Div1, and Pure RNG are the ones knocking at the end game in this match, because those are the teams just above. They have a little bit of a gap to them, and it's just about having the consistency to just not drop off early, get a couple of placement points, get a squad wipe, and you're probably good and through. Any of the teams in the middle of the leaderboard that can just get a squad wipe and a couple of placement points shouldn't have anything to worry about.
Shouldn't have too much, as right now just gathering for the last time of today, grabbing the ammunition, the util, the everything that they need. And in doing so, not many people starting their journey just yet. The one team that was the definite upset from last round I would probably want to talk about is Team Liquid. You know, they last time round didn't get any points at all. No kills, no position points, and it's gonna hurt them in the long run, knowing that they've just allowed the likes of Inzek push up and Luminosity to also close down that gap. That's not something you want to see.
Right. And pretty much our top of the leaderboard is an open book right now for the top three. Any of those can change around in any sort of position, depending on how the games go. A lot of the times, if we've seen one of those three teams get the win, they've done it with like 10 plus kills. So all of them would be able to take first place if they got the win with those points alone. And then you look at Alcadzia and Fairy Tale, they're at 86 points, 85 points. So those teams are both teams that are capable of 17 plus kills and chicken dinner. And if they get those, they can also be challenging for that first place spot. It would be difficult for them, but not impossible to jump all the way up into first place. And then sixth place and down is kind of where you get into the no man's land.
Oh, the rotation's starting to move in as we see a lot of teams make their way forward. As
DNL making his presence known.
yeah, trying to bait someone in, trying to get somebody to come towards him. I don't think anybody's taking that bait fully. Team Liquid is the team closest to his location, but realistically, nobody's biting.
Yeah, he's knocked early for Luminosity, and it looks like Toyo may be chasing this as... Oh, they tried to go up the side of it, but Caspitan a little bit short. Bizzler, he gets the knock onto one, but he gets traded by Ferravero, and if Bizzler goes down here, that's going to be a huge loss to Luminosity, losing one early, and all the util starting to come out the smokes towards Bizzler. Caspitan, he's pushing forward. And it looks like Bizzler is going to go down. Luminosity, this is not what they needed at the start. Voxic, he gets a knock onto Cloudzera, gets the flush immediately, and it's back into a 3v3.
Capitan finds one through the window. That's huge. And now he's got control of the downstairs. So a free wipe could come in as Capitan continues to keep it going. One left upstairs. And that's horrible to see for Luminosity. I'm mistaken, not upstairs, he's just outside. Capitan wants to get it done and dusted, but no. The last of Sneakers runs away, but no, Capitan finds it.
And dead end, they get a kill, they pick up Toyo. So that is two teams out, one of them being Toyo, who very much needed these points. They got the points at the result of their entire team dying.
They will remain in 14th. On the assumption that Animania and Dead End do not progress any further, they are 14th or below. That is so unfortunate to end the day.
Not what you want to see out of Toyo. I'm sure we'll see them back here in week number 4 at the end of the series to push themselves back up the leaderboard. Plenty more action, I'm sure, to show itself.
Amigos, and they've got the sound cue that that Team Liquid are close by. They're aware of their presence. They know they're getting closer by the second. But it's another stalemate that will endure until this phase 1 comes through. As the final, and we haven't really spoken about Fairy Tale as they're rotating their way through as they're only just about to approach Pachinki. They're playing this a little bit late, aren't they?
They're just taking their time. They know that they had one of the further drops. They may have even grabbed a couple of vehicles and rotated even further to get to their actual loot spot. So now they're coming in later. They want to just collect a little bit of info before they come in. So they'll probably stop even out in the blue zone to scout forward. They don't have to be in any sort of rush. They can take their time and then worry about rotating themselves into a really great spot. Is Gabru, he's trying to get the shots onto Bale, gets a couple more, but Bale is going to make it into the compound with his life.
Only just indeed. Because finally, Liquid are going to have a different form of pressure. It's not the Amigos, it's actually Mira that are the team close to them, as Sparking gets a little bit of damage coming through, but they also do have the shelter to play around with as well. They could go underground if they choose to. As Zone, no surprise, is playing central, and not many teams are going to be rotating here.
Yeah, pretty... Honestly, this zone could end up ending pretty similar to our last one, maybe a little bit more down to the south. But these teams, they just played through this zone. They know the possibilities of what it may be. Now they just have to see if they can convert on what they weren't able to in the last match.
Big ask, which I'm sure they'll be able to do. Dead end. One of the teams near the bottom of the leaderboard can do something here, as that's a beautiful kill to get the first, but the nades start to pepper through, and they need to time this all right. But Pure RNG have a response to come through from the outside of the wall. They're pressing in. Dead end. All that hard work after a fantastic run to get themselves to second. Oh, sorry, onto fourth. Now look to be the barrel of being the 14th team, but a takedown will be an annihilation. That's 5 kills to Dead End, and they stay alive somehow.
They're going to be going for the reses. Empire looks like they may be rolling up here. Pure RNG, that's a difficult one for them to go out on, because if potentially Dangerous just survives here, they may actually be able to jump him, and we may see a change in the leaderboard as Fairy Tale gonna be fighting up against Mira. Fauna knocked on Mira. Griffith and Akim down. And we're gonna see the shots from Conf. He takes down LFP1, and that's another player down for Mira. That nade, it looks good. Not able to get the knocks onto the members of Fairy Tale.
I will take back my words. Everyone rotating towards the action as Empire has got it done and dusted. Dead End is gone, and they're not gonna be progressing any higher. They will take 5 kills, but they won't be able to take Animania. Speak of the devil, they're out and chilled in their zones. No fight for them. So Animania, they still could push their way up, but it's Mira slowly pushing inside of the trophy room, and Fairy Tale just locking themselves in, waiting for this team to push around the corner as Fake does a brilliant job to get one.
It's gonna come down into a 1v1. Akim versus Fakeson. Akim, he's got to be careful though. He doesn't have a headshot. One single bullet to the head. Good stun, but not able to capitalize off of it. The shots coming through. Fakeson. Akim, who is gonna get the final shot. The reload gonna have to come through. Another stun thrown forward, and now he's gonna push his way forward. He's stunned himself a little bit. Fakeson stepping around the drop shot, but Fakeson returns it, and he wins the gunfight up against Akim.
Unfortunate for Fairy Tale. A beautiful rotation, bring themselves in, went for the gunfight, but Mira stands on top. And they're looking to push a bit closer to the top 5, and though they won't be able to overtake Fairy Tale, they definitely can push themselves into 6th position if they can just beat this team, the Amigos, which right now, no kills. That's not looking all too good for them, but they do have map position.
And I mean, we've just seen pure pandemonium happen there. 5 teams eliminated already. Some of the teams down at the bottom of the leaderboard that know that they just need a bunch of kills to be able to make it out, so they just went for it. They went for the fights. They may have lost in the end, but at the very least, they went out by trying to get as many points as possible. Dead End, we saw them play completely differently from how we've seen so far. The first day, they got 4 points. In this match alone, not even the rest of the day, they got more points than they did in the first day, and they have 19 already after the end of day number 2, so they'll get even more. So they kind of showed that they can be here and get some points.
Yeah, I feel just from seeing what they've done, they're definitely a team that can step up when needed. Clearly, they've got themselves into this position and got themselves into Division 1 one way or another, but it's just, it's another step when you hit to Division 1. It's another level that you have to face against, and especially with the pros that sit amongst here. It's understandable why they might not be near the top, but talking about being near the top, Liquid, look at their positioning. Stuck in the middle, positioned in the middle. They're happy and proud as Empire will get knocked down.
And Empire, they were in a kind of tricky situation going into this one, but with all the teams falling down below them, I don't think they're really in a spot of worry anymore. I do think our cutoff point is going to be right around the 50-point mark. So that's what you're aiming for. You're aiming for 50 points.
The aim, indeed. Phase 3 has got 40 seconds left. After that, we'll see where this new zone will go, who is in the best position. And of course, I pointed out how great Team Liquid are positioned. Amigos, not too bad. They got a nice central position as well, so they won't have to rotate all too far. But if you're Vinny, well, you're trying to survive. Left alone, your team's in second, doing what you can, and every team's looking in your direction.
Yeah, and it's probably the worst team to look in your direction right now. It's Team Liquid, Luke 12. He's just trying to push forward. He's trying to figure out exactly where Vinny went. He sees the vehicle. He throws the nade forward. It bounces through the windows, but he finds the shots. No, it's 12 IG with a headshot from the Moist Nugget, actually. Love that, Bolty.
Moist. Sorry, I just want to say moist, because I know there's going to be a bunch of people who cringe when I say it.
Yeah, Moist Nugget. That's the name of the gun, right?
Yeah, I know, but there are people. Some people do not like the word moist.
Yeah.
I do. I don't know why, but just for those.
They can't watch Rocket League then. Considering there was a Team Moist, I don't know if they're still around. I haven't watched a lot of the Rocket League tournaments lately, but...
Hey, Team Moist, come over to PUBG and let me get to say your name more and more and just make people go, ugh. Nonetheless, Raziv, Raziv, I think with time again, we've popped 2 though. We've complimented the progression that they've made. Same with Dream1 is potentially dangerous. They need points. They need kills. And right now, it's all going downhill.
Dream1, they're popping over here. They were a team last week fighting for retention. And now they're fighting for, I mean, they weren't fighting for retention, but they could have been at the end of this one. Alcadzia getting crashed on by Mira. Fakesing gets taken down by Roth. But yeah, Dream1, 51 points. They kind of ended up cutting it close after having a wonderful start to day number 1.
DIY getting peppered by the Amigos. I said how great their positioning was, and again, their position, they haven't moved, is perfect. Liquid, I said how good their positioning was as well, just on the edge, so they are looking to make a rotation onto next zone, but again, Ryzev, perfect, absolutely perfect in the center, can't be better than anyone else. And talk about being better than anyone else, Team Liquid getting aggressive once again as 4-0 starts to push up onto the number 1 seeded team. The nades start landing just in front of the shelter, and then why not push inside for some safety? You can use it as good cover.
It would have been so funny had that vehicle blown up and covered off the opening, and then that team's just stuck there. They can't get out. They'd have to run all the way to one of the other exits, and if they don't do it immediately because they don't realize, then they could just end up going down to the blue zone. Animaniacs coming from the backside of Team Liquid. Sparky goes down. Halo gets some good shots onto H11 Jr. 3 up for Animaniacs, and only 2 up for Team Liquid.
Some emergency cover, I'm not surprised, quickly dropping down. This will make the rotation just that little bit easier. Animaniacs, again, another team that really needs some points here, sitting in 15th. They've had a good performance before when they were 2 maps ago. Now they just need to get another great position. 2 kills already on the board. They're finding themselves just on the fringe of getting the first placement points. But the question is, do they know there's a team sitting in shelter? Do they know that they need to go and push inside or at least block it off?
They do know because Artray ended up getting taken down by the members as he pushed forward. Wint's team Liquid left. They were made painfully aware. Losing the player and potentially dangerous. They're out in 9th place. Outside of the placement points and maybe outside of Division 1 at the end of the match. We'll just have to wait and see how the leaderboard ends up shaking out.
Animaniacs, the last left alive to be in that position, and Team Liquid realizing, well, that exit is not plausible. Because I don't think he could jump up. I think he's stuck inside the shelter. I think he's stuck inside.
He'd have to, like, vault up onto the hood of the car, jump in the car, back the car out, and then be able to get out of the shelter. But there is a couple other exits.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's so unfortunate, but Mirrex gets taken away. Dream1, after what looked to be a situation that they were going to get knocked out, thankfully the passenger, well, the driver actually got out and took him down.
Huge there for Dream1. Now they're going to try and continue the rotate forward. Flamescar, he's not going to be lasting much longer. Jibs tried to sneak his way forward, but Alcadzia going to be very aware of this position. He was thinking about going for the res, but down they go. Dream1 eliminated in 7th place, and now we have 6 players remaining, or 6 teams remaining, 18 players left in this final match of the day, and we're only in Phase 5.
Very aggressive and a lot of map to cover as the last 25 seconds will go through before we start to see where Phase 6 will go. Fate left alive for the Animaniacs. Oh, sorry, well, there is one more. The names that have disappeared is Plents is also alive on that team. We've lost one of the name tags, so...
Yeah, observer glitch. It's a new one. It's weird.
Don't worry, I'm used to it. Call of Duty's observer is absolutely shocking, so I'm thankful about how beautiful this observer tool is for PUBG.
Yeah, it's very rare for there to be, like, name glitches or anything like that with PUBG, so it's a little weird. But if you know once you get used to all the teams and everything, those names aren't super important because you'll know who it is anyways, and they still show up on the minimap. So you can kind of put it together anyways. Like Alcadzia, the missing name is DIY. For Animaniacs, it's Plents.
I so want to call you a nerd, but I know that is just purely the dedication, devotion you have to this community. And, well, talking of dedication, devotion, Animaniacs still not giving up. They are still fighting for their lives. They are fighting to stay in Division 1. And now, well, fresh meat has just rolled up as the Amigos start to get aggressive into their business as this zone is going to go north. And that's why we're seeing a few players push that way, but Ryzev coming in, and they're going to get 12 IG and take him away fully. Critically, the Migos rolled up at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Meanwhile, Purdy just chilling down below the members of Alcadzia, and he's just chilling, surviving down in the tunnels, while every other team fights up above him. Amigos trying to look over towards Rezav. Fisher was spotted out by Lopez. The shots come through, no headshots connected.
Having to dip away. Here's Birdie. You can hear everything that's happening around them. I feel like you could just do a nature documentary. Hear the wild Purdy in his natural habitat amongst the caves, hiding away, while the predators around him swarm to find him and kill him.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
He is 99 years old, David Attenborough. 99. Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday.
All of these teams kind of relaxing for a second. Alcadzia still completely untouched. Rezav. They're up as a 4-man, but good little bit of pressure coming over from Amigos onto them. Meanwhile, 4-0 and Animaniacs still aware of each other, I believe. 4-0 down in the shelter tunnels alongside Purdy, just on the opposite side.
Well, tunnels are still in play, and well, Purdy will definitely have to move. He'll realize he is on the edge, so one way or another, he might have to get out. I think there is one exit that's still available, so he can play his life for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Lopez nearly getting taken down, and that would have been horrible if you are the Amigos. As I think Animania, well, they're trying to put some nades down into for nothing. And I think Dave also blocked off this entry to make matters worse. That's why you need a gas grenade. Chuck it down there.
I think they have some emergency cover. And the best thing that I've seen with the emergency cover is they could actually throw that down and try and blow up the vehicles there to completely finish blocking off that entrance. And then 4-0 is just stuck there. But it looks like they're rotating down in the tunnels, and they're going to end up running into Purdy.
Well, this could be interesting. Party's been waiting there for God knows how long. I'm sure he wants a friend. I'm sure he wants buddies. Maybe not the nicest of buddies, but the rotation's looking to go out of the west exit. Whether they could get out in time is the question. There's some shots coming through. And that's Alcazar, as they've been able to defend this site.
And if they can pick up most of the people left in this lobby, the crazy thing is they definitely have the ability to win this match and win the whole thing. Like, they need to pick up almost all the players left alive in the lobby, but it would make it very close to taking the top spot.
It's a dream. A massive dream for them, as once again, 4-0 trying to rotate back out through that north side there. Matter of fact, they're going into the blue zone to make it happen. I think they've realized there's no exit there. One of their players has dropped, and 4-0's been eliminated by zone. Oh, that's critical.
Now shots just coming out, pouring out from Alcadzia, and it's Vapeskar that ends up getting the knock onto Plent's Amigos. Gonna be trying to peek up and over the hillside to try and finish off the Animaniacs. They want the kills. They want the points. It looks like they are going to get the flush onto Plent's. Fake still alive. Could stab them in the back.
Whether they realize Fake is still there, he's got that emergency cover to help. But while this is all happening, we go back to Purdy. Just chilling. Still using the tunnels, still fighting a way through, but Alcazar, they're doing a fantastic job to really cause a little bit of chaos, and they're eyeing up Amigos here. They're gonna eye up that fight and try and create that opening, but Lopez says no. Stay over on your side, stay in your corner, and do not push us in any shape or form.
Yeah, that's a re-knock onto DIY right after he gets rezzed. So now we're going to see what they can do. Alcadzia probably going to hear Purdy trying to make his way out of the shelter. They're going to be confused as to where he came from. And they're going to have to try and deal with another player as they have to make their way forward. The vehicle being driven now.
Cowboy trying to set up some cover so they can push a little bit further forward, because the Alcazar squad are not in zone just yet. They've also got to be mindful that Purdy is also sitting inside the tunnel, so that could be a problem, as well as the mollies and the nades will start to come through. And I don't think there's any way that Team Liquid are getting out of it, as the kitchen sink is thrown. Goodbye, Liquid. Top 5 is only for you, but look at this. This is a very full lobby for all 4 teams. Well, for the top 3 teams, but just as I say that, the commentators starts to kick in as Alcazar is getting peppered with bullets as they are down to 2 left.
It's just from all directions, and now Bale, he finds another knock onto DIY. Roth, the last one remaining. That blue zone does a little bit of damage. The 3x spray from the AUG like a laser beam. He takes the knock onto Bale. Gonna prep the nade. Gonna throw it forward as more nades come towards him. His folded shield. What a nade! Gets the flush onto Bale. The knock onto Fisher, who ends up taking himself out with the Molotov. And now Laucha, the last one left. And it's a 1v1v3. Amigos going to be the benefactors of this craziness as Roth, he takes a headshot down, he goes to the blue zone. And it's going to be a 1v3 Razav up against the Amigos.
The Amigos, they sat quietly on the edge of this battle. They didn't even have to do anything. It allowed it all to unfold. I think doing so, picking up some free kills on top of it. And now, Lucha. Last one left. Molly onto point. Lopez starts to push forward. It's a chicken dinner. And I tell you what, the Amigos, that's probably the easiest win they've had for a very long time.
Alcads, yeah, they tried to make their way up. They tried to take the top spot, but they may have still at least jumped up in the leaderboard. But that is how we're going to start to come to an end. We're just going to wait for the leaderboard stream to catch up, get to see that ending again real quick. So we're going to just take a quick break for a second while we wait for the leaderboard to update, and we will be right back. Right, and here is how it ends. Team Liquid, with the placement points in that last match, able to jump up to 111 points, a couple of kills to go alongside. They take first place. Alcadia do jump up into second place, and Nzeke team hold on to third.
Unfortunate for the bottom four, though, potentially dangerous, will not be able to get enough kills because Pure RNG had I would say, a fairly solid game to keep the gap ahead of them. Toyo Esports, a recognized PGS team, being dropped to Division 2, and many questions are going to be asked amongst the integrity of that roster. But the Animaniacs also not being able to progress through after I would say a good day today, but dead end. Even though major improvements will find themselves out.
And we'll see, I'm sure, a couple of these teams make their way back up into Division 1 going into the last week, especially Toyo. Clearly not the best week from them here. They'll review some things, they'll go back over it, they'll figure out what wasn't working for them, what was. They'll get it squared away, and they will be right back up into the first division. Meanwhile, our second division, the teams we're seeing come back, Systematicos, 55 Esports, two teams we expect to be up there, especially Systematicos. They had a couple of rough weeks in Division 1, ended up dropping into Division 2. Now we're going to see their return. And then we have Cyril Fino joining us yet again in a new team name, Yin Yang. Going to be joining us, unfortunately, one of the favorites of the Americas, Dot's not going to be making it into Division 1 for the next week.
Well, it's definitely going to be an interesting shakeup as the 4 new teams enter and 4 old teams disappear. And I guess the big question I have to ask you is, do you see these new 4 teams staying, or are they going to be quickly departing the same way we just saw our 4?
Systematicos, 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago at this point, was fighting for a top 3 position. They should be able to hold their own in Division 1. We're going to see them come back. We should see them do good. 55 esports. It's going to be a new lineup for that org. It's going to be interesting to see how they play, how they stand up to Division 1. We've definitely seen some of the names on that team before, so we'll see if they're going to be able to hold it together, and hopefully be able to stay in Division 1. It's really those other 2 teams that got 3rd and 4th. Those are wild cards for me. It's going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out. Obviously, in Division 1, or, well, you probably don't know this, but the teams that joined us for week number 2 were Inzeke team, was one of them, and they got 3rd place. So it proves that some of the teams in Division 2 definitely have what it takes to be at the top of Division 1. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. That's going to be it from us. And we will see you guys again next Monday for some even more fun Smirzera action. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.